Good morning and happy National Signing Day. Welcome into the Nebraska Football Supreme 26 Signing Day show presented by M Grills and Blazin' Grill Works with the two-time national champion Damon Benning. I'm Jessica Cootie, and we have got you covered all morning long as we introduce you to the newest Huskers. I have one-on-one conversations with all of the new signees. Kyle Crook's going to join us with exclusive interviews with the assistant coaches, the head coach Matt Rule, and general manager Pat Stewart will both be joining us here live on the set. But hey, it's a smaller group than what you normally see in a signing day class, but it's loaded with talent from across the country. And you want to talk about a group of guys that are bought in to Nebraska.
Yeah, I think that's really what it's about too. Recruiting is so much about fit and making sure that there's this mutual relationship. And listen, only 19 guys walked on Friday, and they're managing a young roster. So I think being intentional with this class size was paramount, especially with the way that college athletics is moving. So I'm pretty excited for these guys, and it's just cool to see that they are so particular is probably too strong of a word, but they're very intentional with who they want in this class.
All right, well, let's get right to it because the number of them are already official, and in fact had one that signed yesterday because he's a day ahead. Out of Australia, another specialist out of Pro Kick, Michael Sarakis out of Melbourne, Australia, trained with Archie Wilson, the punter, and one of the fan favorites, but Mike Eckler getting another specialist that he can rely on out of Pro Kick.
Absolutely, and I think, listen, he adds competition to the roster. Looks like he's got a pretty big leg, and I think with how special teams is moving, like placement and depth and being able to manipulate the ball is imperative. And the more guys you have that can do it, the better.
Has a soccer background. He told me he had a 65-yarder already.
Yeah, he looks like he's got a hammer.
Yeah.
And I think anytime that you can, listen, this is a difficult conference from a weather standpoint. And you've seen since you've been here over the last 4 or 5 years, the wind isn't always what it says. So to be able to manipulate it and move balls through is pretty critical.
A little bit like Archie, too, had never been to Nebraska, but already fell in love chatting with his future position coach and Mike Eckler, and talking with Archie, loves the fan base. He's a big sports guy, loves all sports, watching American sports, and so really fascinating guy. Know it, he's really excited to be a Husker, but let's first hear from Kyle Crooks, who chatted with the special teams coordinator, Mike Eckler.
All right, Jess, thank you so much. I'm now joined by Coach Eckler. Coach, good to see you, and obviously coming off a great season special teams-wise, but adding to it here in this 2026 signing class, Michael Sarakis, Pro Kick, where Archie Wilson trained, and a lot of great college kickers, NFL kickers. What can you tell me about Michael?
Boy, he's been training with them there for the last several years, and they've got a punting division and a kicking division, and he's been obviously in both, because you get kind of a Swiss Army knife with Michael. He's a really good punter, he's a really good kickoff guy, really good kicker, and he's younger too, so when you're building your specialist room, you want to make sure you build it with an incoming freshman coming in to space them out. So it's a great fit for us.
What's unique about Pro Kick and what they do to get these guys ready for when they make the jump here to Power 4 college or just college kicking and NFL kicking?
Well, Johnny, Chappie, the guys who have run it for 20-some years, that's what they do. They're professionals. And when you really think about those kids growing up in Australia, since the day they were born, all they do is kick. They punt, they kick, they play footy. So they're running around and passing it. When our kids are born here, we're born with a football in our crib, and we're running around, we're throwing it. So it's kind of like there's a book out there. It's called The Goldmine Effect. And when you look at the greatest sprinters in the world, they come from Jamaica. When you look at the greatest middle distance, South Africa, women's tennis players, Russia, and so forth. Well, when you look at punters and punters in particular and kickers, really Australia, because that's what they do. That's their 10,000-hour rule.
Mm-hmm. Looking at some of his highlights here, and we were talking before we went live, but there's some crosswind that you have to deal with out there in Australia, which can play big when you're kicking here at Memorial Stadium, right, Coach?
No question, and he's used to that. And again, It's just it was a really good fit for us because he fit into three different positions. So we're excited about him. You know, he's got a really strong leg. Again, he's been training for the last 6 or 7 years with Johnny and Chappie, and just he's ready. He's ready to go.
Were there similarities in Archie Wilson's recruitment to how you recruited Michael? FaceTimes and things along like that?
Very similar, obviously, because you have the time difference, and obviously it takes a whole day to get over there. So, you know, just very confident in watching him live, and very confident with the relationship I've had with Pro Kick and Johnny and Chappie for over 25 years.
I think, Coach, and maybe you could speak better to this, but mindset and mentality is probably bigger at kicker more than any other position on the field, right? Do you feel like, in terms of Michael's mindset and the way that he goes about it, do you see that in him, a strong mindset mentality?
Oh, 100%. And again, it comes back to his upbringing, his training, and couldn't be more excited to get him in there.
Well, Coach, really appreciate the time. Congratulations on this newest signing.
I appreciate it. I'm excited to keep building this and chasing championships.
Coach Eckler, appreciate him joining us here on the show. Jess, send it back to you.
Well, we welcome in the first official Husker for the 2026 signing class, because he's a day ahead. Michael Sarakis from Melbourne, Australia. So adding another Aussie to the roster. Michael, thank you so much for being here with us.
Good. Thank you for organizing it. Feels good to say I'm officially a Husker. Signed this morning, which is good.
Yeah, so take us through it. Your process of how you kind of started to get in contact with Nebraska, and why you knew it would be a good fit for you.
So about 5 weeks ago, Nebraska first got in contact with me. So my coaches here in Melbourne through Pro Kick Australia, John Smith, Nathan Chapman, James Stefanu, they sent film over to Nebraska. They like what they saw, so they officially offered me a scholarship, which I committed straight away. So.
Well, the Husker fans loved the Aussie Archie this year, but you knew Archie, right? You guys trained together?
Yeah, we trained together for about like 5-6 months. Started this year, so we already have a good connection, which is good. And both being Australian definitely helps me a lot. Already having a person I can talk to, even before I knew about Nebraska, I was already in communication with him, so that's good.
Yeah, what were those conversations like? What were kind of the things you were asking, and what were the things he was telling you that he liked about Nebraska?
He just loved the fan base in Nebraska, how it's a nice community, very supportive community. Definitely about the fan base, how strong it is. There's consecutive sellouts of over 400 now, which you don't see at too many schools.
Okay, so you actually started out playing soccer, right?
Yeah, that's right. Played soccer from about like 5 years old up until 15. And then I joined Pro Kick when I was 12 years old. And then all the way through, I finished high school. And then since I was 18, full time. And then now this has happened, which is good.
So what made you want to transition to football and maybe pursue a football career?
After seeing how many scholarships, especially for Australians, like I always had a love for the American sports, specifically American football, just growing up watching it. Sort of fell out of love with the game of soccer and decided to pursue football kicking. So that's how that really happened.
What did you like about the game of American football when you started playing?
I've always been watching American football. It's just the fascination of the crowd, because we don't really have like all the tailgating here. It was just the fascination over that, like how big the fan bases are. I've always loved like American culture. So I've been to America a few times. So I really wanted to get into that and move to America, which is now happening. So
have you been to Nebraska?
I haven't been to Nebraska. Only been to a few places in America, but not Nebraska. So it'll be my first time seeing Nebraska soon.
Okay, so you haven't been here, and it was the same thing with Archie. What was it about that made you confident, having sight unseen, you haven't been here, that you felt comfortable here.
After already knowing about it through Archie, that definitely helped me commit straight away. And just looking at the size of the fan base and just how big sport is over in Lincoln, whereas like volleyball, basketball, football, like you don't see that at too many schools. Pretty much just the fan base and how big it is. Like we have Nebraska on Australian TV. So just after seeing that is like, yeah, made my decision straight away.
That's awesome. Well, what was it like getting to know and chat with Mike Eckler?
Oh, it's amazing. He's the best special teams coach in college football. A lot of experience, knows what he's doing. So it was amazing.
For those that don't get a chance to chat with Mike Eckler, and I know his players love him. When you start having those conversations, what is he like, and why are so many players drawn to him?
Oh, you hear it straight away. Like his intelligence and knowledge of the game is just like it's on another level. So that's why a lot of players are drawn to him, and they have trust in him because of that. So
he's not lacking in any energy either, right?
yeah, he loves what he's doing. That's for sure. Yeah.
Okay, so you got a big leg, right? What's the longest field goal you've kicked?
Up to 65.
Wow.
The longest field goal kicked. Yeah.
What has Archie told you about the wind and weather conditions here in the Big Ten?
Yeah, very windy, I've heard, especially now, which it's winter for you guys. It's still summer here, but we never get snow here, so I'm going to get used to that.
We have snow right now. You ready for that?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'll get some. It'll take some time getting used to it, that's for sure, but no, it's good to see it.
When are you planning on being over here?
It'll be around January 10th, so around mid-January.
Well, you'll get your first taste of the winter weather then here.
Yeah, that's for sure. I've already checked the forecast. It's a lot different to here.
Do you know what you're going to major in yet?
It'll be nutrition and health sciences.
Oh, that's very cool. So how much did that appeal to you, seeing the nutrition team, Kristen Coggan, what's in place here at Nebraska and this football team and the program and the emphasis that they put on all that? How exciting is that for you?
Very exciting. It's always something I wanted to study, like after high school, because I've done health, physical education, even food studies. So it's already something I'm used to, which is good. So it was an easy decision.
Okay, I got some fun questions here to close out for you. You guys don't do Thanksgiving there, right?
No, we don't do Thanksgiving.
So we just had Thanksgiving. I've been asking everybody else their favorite Thanksgiving side dish. So how about just your holiday side dish? What is your favorite side dish?
Mac and cheese is definitely a staple, even on Christmas. Stuffing, I love stuffing.
Mac and cheese has been very popular.
Yeah, like we still eat it here. Like,
what about Gatorade? What's your favorite Gatorade flavor?
I gotta go orange or lemon lime. Yeah.
Okay. What's your favorite ice cream flavor?
Anything like choc mint, peppermint.
Okay.
Definitely my favorite. Yeah.
What about your favorite or go-to movie or TV show that you can watch on repeat?
The Sopranos. I can watch that over and over again. Yeah.
Nice. Who's your biggest football mentor?
The coaches I have in Pro Kick, definitely. James Stefano, John Smith, Nathan Chapman. They're definitely them.
Who was your favorite athlete growing up?
Growing up, I'm a big Bucks fan in the NBA, so learning about Giannis Antetokounmpo's mindset, just how he goes about the game, even Kobe Bryant, even Tom Brady, like those guys, definitely.
Okay, and then growing up, a lot of times when you're a little kid, they ask you, what do you want to be when you grow up? What was your answer to that question?
Definitely a soccer player up until I was like 15, and then that changed to a kicker. So.
Great stuff. Congratulations again. Thank you for your time, and we'll look forward to seeing you here in January. Have you already purchased a winter coat?
Yeah, I actually have, yeah.
Okay, good. Make sure you get the gloves, too. You got to get some good pair of gloves as well.
And I've heard I need those as well. Yeah.
So great stuff. Congratulations again, and we'll see you here soon.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Again, Michael Sarakis is the kicker out of Melbourne, Australia. Listen, DB, I know a thing or two about needing a winter coat and gloves.
I do not. When I grow up, I'll figure that out. I'm not quite there yet.
Congratulations to Michael. All right, Larry Miles is in the 5'11", 175 wide receiver out of Jones High School in Winter Garden, Florida. In 2 years there at Jones High School, over 2,000 yards and 19 touchdowns. His team is still in the Florida State playoffs and the state semifinals on Friday night. Had over 45 Division I offers, and that Nebraska pipeline continues here with Larry Miles.
Yeah, I mean, it's the caliber of players that Nebraska's recruiting. They're going to get into some of these battles, and I think with Miles, you know, you get guys like LaDamian Washington at an SC school, or you know, Oregon, and late on a guy in Florida. Like these guys that Nebraska's finding, they're eval and able to get in early, really paid dividends here early with acquiring Larry. He's a smaller, shifty guy, can work in the slot, highly competitive. At least it looks like this on film. Does a good job of winning 50-50 balls, plays a little bit bigger than his size, really good lateral quickness too.
There's a video over the summer that went viral. He was working out with Cam Ward, the Tennessee Titans #1 overall draft pick, and Cam was really, really impressed with Larry. In fact, said, I hope I play with you one day. But again, one of the top wide receivers in the country, top recruits in the state of Florida. But you mentioned it, he's competitive.
Yeah, I love watching recruiting and film and stuff. This is kind of an old pull, but he reminds me of Santana Moss, where when Santana Moss was coming out of high school, he's real small, shifty, had some running back attributes to him, but really good going to get balls as a smaller guy.
All right, well, let's hear more about Larry. Let's send things over to Kyle Crooks, who sat down with Larry's future position coach.
All right, Coach, good to see you have a couple really good players in your class. Talking with wide receivers coach Takil Shorts, of course. And let's start with Larry Miles, somebody who comes from Florida, that Nebraska movement. You have a couple guys already that are from that state, but let's start here. The importance of going down to the Southeast and getting some talent, because you guys have done a good job of that.
Yeah, I think, we've done a really good job, especially Coach Rule, finding some guys down there. I think adding Larry just brings another compliment from those guys. I mean, they're extremely fun to coach. They're talented players, but they have a lot of personality. And Larry's he's a really good kid. He's been locked in ever since he's been committed, so I can't wait to, get him up here and have a chance to coach him.
What do you see from Larry Miles, his skill set down there in Florida?
Yeah, I think Larry's an unbelievable player. I mean, he can run, he can catch, he can jump, he's athletic. I think he's a smaller guy, but he's strong enough to play on the outside and create some separation. And then you watch him return kick returns and punt returns, and what he does with the ball after the catch is pretty, incredible. So I can't wait to get my eyes on him and work with him hands-on.
And in your recruiting, do you look at the overall athletic ability outside of being a receiver, but doing other things, whether that's kick returning, punt returning, whether they're playing a secondary on the defensive side, the versatility, is that something you look for in recruiting?
100%. I think the more you do, especially at the high school level, if you're a really good player, you should be able to play offense, defense, and have a heavy impact in the special teams. I think when he gets up here, he's going to be just fine. Like I said, his personality makes him who he is, and you can tell by the way he plays football. He plays violent and angry to be a little guy, which is extremely fun to watch.
When we're talking about Larry Miles, what do you see from just his overall straight line speed, his ability to separate?
Yeah, I think his straight line speed is really good. You can see him making a move after the catch. He kind of gets out of there. But what impresses you the most is how he can move sideways. He can stick his foot in the ground and turn the other direction, or stop on a dime and start right back up. So that's pretty impressive to me. And then I think another interesting thing about Larry is he's got really, really big hands. So he's a natural catcher of the football, which is nice to see.
How does he fit in with the guys you already have?
I think he's going to fit in just perfect. We got a lot of personality in that room, like you mentioned earlier, especially with Ja'Cory and Cortez. I think he'll come in and he'll fit along just well.
And when you when you talk to guys and you go out on the recruiting trail, but the excitement of the ability to be a Husker, of the brand, is that something you see with Larry, his excitement to be here?
Absolutely. If you watch him on Twitter, he's always tweeting #GBR, which is, that's very exciting, not only for him, but us as well. Just getting the kids that want to be up here, that embrace it, and that's just ready to get up here. He puts a lot of trust in not only myself, but Coach Rule and the rest of the staff, which is nice. So I think he's going to be just fine when he gets here.
I think you've done a good job, too, of the current guys, the toughness that they have, and blocking downfield. Is that something you see from Larry, the toughness and the willingness to put his shoulder pads down?
Oh, absolutely. He's a competitor. So, if you watch throughout the season, if Ja'Cory can do it, I feel like anybody can do it. So, it'll make it a lot easier coaching Larry, but I'm sure he won't be a problem. He's such a competitor that he's going to want to do anything that he can.
Well, the Flow-Braska movement continues to kill. Great stuff with Larry Miles. We'll talk more about the next signee that he has in his class here in just a matter of minutes. Send it back to Jess.
Thanks, Kyle. Again, wide receivers coach Shaquille Shorts there talking about Larry Route Runner Miles, the wide receiver out of Jones High School in Winter Garden, Florida.
Yeah, pretty cool. We're seeing the same things too. His lateral quickness and ability to move at 45s is impressive. And listen, in a conference like this where it's tight, it's not a lot of open areas, the ability to change directions at 45 is critical. Larry's pretty good at that.
Well, hey, you want to talk about the running back?
I like running backs.
Yeah,
Let's
you
talk
do.
running backs. I
All
like
right.
this one too.
Yeah, Jamal Rule out of Salisbury, North Carolina to Charlotte Christian High School. His stats are jaw-dropping. A little bit under-recruited, but 6'2", 205. As a senior in 9 games, over 1,300 yards, 16 touchdowns, nearly 8 yards a carry. Set all kinds of records at Salisbury High School before he transferred to Charlotte Christian High School. But again, maybe a little under-recruited, flew under the radar, but E.J. Barthel able to get on him early, and he's pretty special.
Yeah, I trust the talent eval. I think, what Coach Barthel does a good job of pinpointing guys that play with toughness. And when you watch Jamal, and even talking to him, had him in a couple of interviews, he's mature. And he comes from a program, because sometimes I think we undersell this. He comes from a program that understands rigor, right? Really good coaching staff over there at Charlotte Christian. And so he knows how to go to work every day. And I think it's an underappreciated skill set to be able to repeat things day after day after day, almost like you're going to work. He not only plays like he's going to work, he literally goes to work in a program like this at Charlotte Christian.
He's not afraid of the physicality either. Not afraid to run people over if he needs to.
I really like it. I think sometimes, Jess, it's interesting. We confuse like size and power. We get all mixed up like it has to look a certain way. The thing that I like about Jamal, he's well put together. He's a squatty body, but he runs behind his pads. When you run behind your pads, the how much you weigh becomes less important. He's a guy that lowers boom and usually comes out of the back end.
He had over 3,000 total yards for his high school career and 160 rushing yards per game the last 2 seasons. But one of the top running backs coming out of North Carolina. So Kyle had a chance to sit down with his future position coach.
All right, Jess, thanks so much. Talking some running backs here with E.J. Barthel. Coach, good to see you. Congratulations as we're here on another signing day. And Jamal Rule is the guy that you bring into this program. And, boy, he's a dog, isn't he?
That's right. That's right. He fits the standard of competitiveness. That's what we're looking for. And so he's all of that.
And you had the history, of course, coming from the Carolina Panthers. He's from the Charlotte area. He has coaches in high school, Luke Kuechly, Greg Olson, guys that have sort of gotten in your ear early in the process. But when you watch him play, what do you see?
Yeah, I just see the determination and the persistence to make yards after contact. The kid is 206 pounds. He's got maybe 3% body fat on him, and he's just a physical downhill runner. And he's got the ability to open up and hit the long ball with his long speed. He's an excellent 400-meter yard rusher, 400-meter yard track runner, and so the long speed with the power, and then the standard of competitiveness. Like I said earlier, it's a pretty obvious take for us.
And you look at the physicality as we watch some of the highlights and how he runs, but the importance of that in the Big Ten, of somebody that is willing to invite contact and run with that physicality, that's a must-have when you come here.
Obviously, I like to think we're the standard of rushing in the Big Ten right now, and I think that, with a kid like this that runs the ball with this physicality, he hasn't even tapped into learning how to make defenders miss in small spaces, taking edges of defenders, things that Emmett Johnson have developed in the last 3 years. And so when we tap into the techniques and we tap into the things that he's going to learn as soon as he gets here, it's going to be, his upside's tremendous.
Yeah, I think it's good too that the conversations that you could have with prospective Huskers when you see the development of an Emmett Johnson, of how he made a jump from last year to this. Is that part of the conversations that you have with some of these recruits?
For sure. I mean, it's actually a 3-year process, really, because
Sure.
Emmett was a guy who played his retro freshman year or retro sophomore year who, got an opportunity through injury. You know what I mean? And so he got a taste of playing early, and then, like you said, going into his second year as a starter in some games here and there, and then getting better and better in that development process and what that looks like to him being in my opinion, the best back in the nation. And look at a guy like Rule. Hey, you're going to go through these same exact steps Emmett just went through. So it's pretty exciting.
The connections in recruiting, because Jamal wasn't heavily recruited to start for whatever reason, right? And then you guys get in, and then everyone realizes how good this back is. And so lucky to have him sign on the dotted line. But does he have a chip on his shoulder? Is that a way to describe Jamal Rule, from being under recruited to now a lot of people maybe realizing that they whiffed on such a big prospect in the Charlotte area? To
be honest, it's he has a relationship with Emmett Johnson because he's been here a couple of times, and so in my conversations with Jamal, he's brought that up. Like I'm like Emmett, I'm undervalued. No one really wanted me out of high school, and so which is surprising because he led the state in rushing as a sophomore. So for him not to get recruited heavily and then everyone to come in after we offered him, I think the loyalty he has for the program just says a lot about his character, and I think that that's why we want him, right? Like, so he, Michigan State, NC State, all these big schools came in to try to make a push for him, and then he stayed committed to us, and that's why we want him. He's our guy.
Well, we're grateful Jamal Rule is a Husker, grateful that you're here recruiting for us. CJ Barthel, really appreciate the time. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And CJ Barthel. Jess, back to you.
We welcome in one of the newest Huskers, signing his letter of intent, the running back out of Salisbury, North Carolina, Jamal Rule. Jamal, thank you so much for being here. Congratulations. How does it feel now that you're officially a Husker?
Feels great. Just excited to be down there, the fans, everybody. So, yeah, I'm excited to be down there.
All right. Well, let's get to know you a little bit. Just take us through your recruiting journey and process. I know Nebraska was one of the first schools, right, to really see you and offer you. Kind of what was your process like, kind of figuring out where you wanted to play college ball?
It started off slow. That's actually why I transferred up to Charlotte Christian, because at Salisbury, I wasn't really getting the looks I wanted to get. I wasn't really getting looked at the way I wanted to get looked at, so I transferred up there. And it started off slow, played my junior year there. And then after that, everything started to pick up. And like you said, Nebraska was like one of the first big ones that I got. And then everything sprung forward after that. And then after that, I was just enjoying it. Then it got really serious, started becoming a little stressful sometimes. Some people don't know about that, but it gets stressful, especially going through the recruitment process. And then after that, I just looked at what I wanted in schools. In some schools, I honestly knew I wasn't going to go there, so I cut them off. Got down to a top 5, then a top 4, and then Nebraska was the one I chose in the end. So, yeah.
What did that mean to you, that Nebraska saw something in you early on, when I'm sure it was a little bit frustrating for you? What did that mean to you at the time to get that first offer from Nebraska?
It meant a lot. I feel like the coaches there really took a chance on me, especially Coach EJ. Me and him were talking early on. He was saying that he thinks that I'm the best running back in the nation and believes in me. So, like, getting a coach from the Big Ten at that to really look at me and want to coach me for real and take it serious, it meant a lot.
Okay, so you said you thought a lot about it. What was it about Nebraska then that it was the spot for you?
First off, the fans there, they're electric. Like, even in my recruitment process, when I first got up there, they knew my name. They, like, whenever I got an offer, a whole bunch of Nebraska fans commented under on my Twitter. And then they were just all telling me that this is a place to be. Finally got up here for a game. The stadium was electric. It's been selling out since like the 1960s or something. So, yeah, first off, the people. Second off, the facilities. I really feel like they're one of the best in the nation when it comes to facilities and like putting the players in the best position to succeed. And then finally, my relationship with Coach Rule and Coach EJ. They're just fun people to be around, and they made it hard to say no to them. So, yeah.
All right, tell us about Coach EJ. What's it like building a relationship with him? Why do you like him so much? Why do you want to play for him?
It's really fun. You know, I feel like he understands me in a way that few people really don't. And like he also played football and he played running back growing up. So I feel like he went through the recruitment process and everything. So like he understands things that most people don't understand. And then really sitting down and talk to him, you know, he not only wants to know me like for my abilities on the field, also me off the field. He checks up on me all the time, calls me just to check in, all that stuff. So just a great person and yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. All right, so describe your running style. What do you like?
People call me a power back, but I think I'm pretty elusive. I'm powerful, but I got a little 1-2 on my step. I feel like I use my power when I need to, but other than that, I try to get hit as least as possible because football's a physical game, and I want to stay in this game for as long as possible. So I got to take care of my body. So yeah, I'll probably say I'm like a mixture between speed and power. It's the best I can describe it.
From what I'm told, you're not afraid of the contact, though. In fact, I was given a quote that says you get better as the contact comes. What is it about just the physicality of it? You're not afraid of it, and you thrive in it.
I don't know, really, honestly. It's just like a little switch that comes on whenever I get hit. I just like hitting. I mean, I guess that comes like I came from like I used to be really angry growing up, so I guess like this is a way to like let off all that anger. I mean, I'm good now. I learned how to control it, but it's just a way. It's like a getaway for me, you know. Just playing on the field, I don't have to worry about anything, school, grades, anything. I just, you know, I could just play the game that I love.
That's awesome. Why running back?
That I don't know neither. They just put me in the backfield, and then after that, I was just thriving, and I began to fall in love with it. Watching NFL and college football, I used to always see running backs juking and hurdling, trucking, spinning, all this type of stuff, and I was like, that's pretty cool. So yeah, it seems like a fun position to play. So.
That's awesome. So you talked about making the decision to transfer. You made some sacrifices to do that. You drove an hour every single day to school. Why was that something that you wanted to do? A lot of high school kids probably wouldn't have made that kind of sacrifice to set themselves up. So what went into that decision, and why were you willing to do that?
Like I said before, I wasn't getting the recognition that I wanted, and so I just trusted my parents, honestly. They said, like, this is the best school for me to get the recognition that I wanted. And it was going to come with some sacrifices. They told me that. But, you know, I was willing to do it because I knew what I wanted.
Oh, that's great. So what else do Husker fans need to know about you? What are you, when you're not playing football, what do you like to do?
Honestly, just hang out with my friends. I like to be a light to the world. I'm really energetic, sometimes too much. Like it'll be like 2:00 in the morning. My mom sometimes have to text me to like be quiet because I'm like screaming, bouncing off the walls. And I get random bursts of energy, so I really can't help it. It could be like 5:00 in the morning. I'm like screaming my head off. So yeah. Really, I'm just really energetic.
When you say you want to be a light, where does that come from?
From my background, I'm a Christian, and God calls me to be the light of the world and the salt of the earth. So as everywhere I go, I just want people to see my joy. Just want people to see my light. And if they come up to me and ask me why I'm like this, then I can point them to God.
That's incredible. You know, for a young player that might be going through this similar process, not being seen, what would be your message? I mean, what do you hope people learn from your story, being that you were maybe a little overlooked, you didn't get a lot of looks, and it was a little bit later developing. What would be your message to that, and what do you hope people learn from your story in that regard?
I would just say keep going. Like no matter what you're facing, always keep going. If you're not getting looked at, you never know what could happen. And all it takes is one. You could be at a game or a 7-on-7, or you can go to a camp and a coach sees you and they take a chance on you. So I just say keep working, keep fighting, keep going. Don't give up, pretty much.
Great message. All right, what do you need to do? What's your kind of plan for the next however many months to be able to come in here and fit right in here to this Husker football program?
I want to finish off my high school, get good grades, and after that, get up there and get straight to work. So I'm chasing something, and it takes a lot of work to get there. So just get with Coach EJ, learn the playbook, get with Coach Matt, see where I fit in the system and everything, and just go thrive. As
a young running back, how exciting is it seeing what Emmett Johnson has done this season?
It's great. Me and him are really close, and seeing him get off, especially like he has a story too. I'm not going to get too much into it, but he has a story. Just to see him get the recognition that he deserves, seeing him go off the way he does is great, and also gives me a sense of just happiness because I know that Coach EJ's coaching him, and he's going to be coaching me. And if if Emma's doing that, then that means I have a chance to do that too.
Oh, I love that. What does that say about Emmett that he wanted to take an investment in you?
Emmett's he's a cool dude to be around. He's a little clumsy sometimes too, but like he's a happy person, you know, and just his energy is, what's the word? Oh my goodness.
Infectious?
Yeah, his energy is just like, it's infectious. Whenever you get around him, you pretty much like can't be sad or mad because he'll cheer you up. Great guy.
Oh, that's awesome. All right, so I have some fun questions for you. We'll go through these pretty quickly. Again, just kind of getting to know you a little bit. So, favorite Thanksgiving dish?
Gotta be mac and cheese.
Mac and cheese. Is there a special mac and cheese?
I'll just say my mom's or my grandma's. Really anyone that, just the mac and cheese. It brings everything together. It's just, you have to have mac and cheese on Thanksgiving.
I agree. Okay, favorite ice cream?
Cookies and cream, hands down.
I like it. All right, favorite player growing up?
Marshawn Lynch. He's the one that kind of made me love football, seeing him run the ball at the Seahawks. So yeah, Marshawn Lynch for sure.
I love it. Best Gatorade flavor?
They go hand in hand. Either one, I'll be happy. I'll go grape or orange.
Okay, all right. What's your go-to, like, I can watch it over and over again, movie or TV show?
The Flash, definitely The Flash. I watched it like 5 times already, and I'll plan on watching it again.
Awesome. Biggest football mentor?
Ooh. I would have to say probably my dad. He's the one that, like, for pretty much all my life, he's like since the beginning, he's always been like a dad, but also like a coach too. Been training me for like a lot of years. So yeah, definitely my dad.
All right, what sport would you play if it wasn't football?
Probably run track for sure. Track's a fun sport.
All right, when you were a little kid and everybody asked you what do you want to be when you grow up, what was your answer to that?
Football player, NFL player.
It was always football player.
It was always football. Like my mom had this joke, and she was like, "You have to have a plan B," and I'll be like, "I don't have a plan B." And then after that, she kept saying, "I would be like, you don't believe in me," and then like flip it on her and be like, "You don't believe in me." So yeah, it was always football.
Oh, that's amazing. Well, you're well on your way. Thank you so much for your time. Congratulations again, and we can't wait to see you here in Lincoln.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, that is Jamal Rule, the running back out of Salisbury, North Carolina. DB, we're going to hear from a lot of these guys. They're so enjoyable. And again, going back to with Jamal wasn't necessarily highly recruited, made the move to be able to get himself seen, but EJ Barthel seeing something in him early, and was very, very appreciative of the offer, and just what a story, and excited to get him here. I also thought it was cool too that he mentioned Emmett Johnson, how big of a role he played in recruiting him, and here's Emmett, one of the older guys in the locker room, but wanted to make sure he's helping bring in the next generation of running backs.
Yeah, one of the cool things I think that you can see, and hopefully we continue to hear this from the recruits as we talk to them this morning, is the way to kind of offset or combat the movement in the transfer portal and the flexibility and guys coming and going is you want to recruit high character guys that really want to be here, but then during the recruiting process you can see where they're formulating relationships, right? Because we talk about making this place a home and a place you want to leave, and as spoiled as you are, it's hard to leave home. So the more homey they make this place, the more you want to be here, and the tougher it is to want to go anyplace else. So you can see it's really intentional.
All right, well, how about another one of the playmakers on the outside, Nen Scott, the wide receiver out of McEachern High School in Powder Springs, Georgia. He was injured here during his senior season, but saved his best performance for last in his final game of his high school career in the playoffs. Had over 120 receiving yards, 3 touchdowns, had over 30 Division I offers, including Georgia, Auburn, Arizona State, and Michigan. 6'2", 210, but another guy that is going to be able to catch a lot of footballs here.
Yeah, I like him. This was a tricky recruitment. Nebraska had to stay with it, right? He thought he was in the fold, and he wasn't in the fold, and then Arizona State thought, listen, he's ours. And I don't know if you believe the stories out there about taking other visits, and apparently the other schools didn't really like that, and Nebraska stayed with it, did their due diligence, kind of a testament to Coach Shorts and his ability to establish relationships. And this is one of those where I think it was kind of a collaborative effort, right? Coach Rule always talks about making sure that they cross-recruit and you establish relationships with other coaches, and I think this was big for Scott as well. A little longer, he's lean. Nebraska seems to be very resolute on kind of the body types that they want to play outside the numbers. As they get a little bigger outside the numbers and a little smaller and quicker with guys that work in the slot. And Nen Scott is a long, athletic player that can go get a ball 50-50.
We're going to hear from him here in just a second. He's also not afraid to block on the outside. Another thing that we saw in this wide receiver room this year, how well they were able to block. In fact, EJ Barthel said best wide receiver blocking room in the country. But he's not afraid to. He's actually excited about being able to provide that.
Yeah, it was fun to watch, where just the evolution of become complete players. And I think sometimes the fan base and us in the media, it's like, well, what's going on with the pass catching? And these guys are evolving into being complete players. Spectacular catches, winning a lot of 50-50 balls early in the season, but the physical toll of playing in the Big Ten and being as good out on the perimeter blocking as they were. We won it all yesterday, but I like how they're kind of growing into being multifaceted.
What do you like out of Nen when you watch his film?
He's competitive, and he's tough. Those are the two things that I always like to go back to, especially in this sport. I like to solve problems with aggression, and I think effort and toughness is the way to do it. It trumps scheme. It supersedes weather. A lot of those schematics and how to play is really, really overrated when you knock guys on the ground and you get them to the ground.
All right, well, what does Coach Shorts like about Nen? Let's send things back to Kyle Crooks.
All right, thank you, Jess. Appreciate it. And chatting with Tequil Shorts, talking about the wide receiver commits of this class. We had the opportunity to chat about Larry Miles, but Nen Scott comes from Powder Springs, Georgia, another Southeast connection to this 2026 class. What can you tell me about Nen?
I think Nen was a great find for us, not only for who he is as a kid, but where he's from, Georgia. There's really a lot of good football, in Georgia, especially at the high school level. He's big, He can run. He's got a great personality. I can't wait for him to meet the guys or, kind of get in the room and become his own.
We talked about the amount of personalities in that room, but for him, somebody battled injury in his final year of high school, was able to get back at the end of the regular season, had a big game in his final game in the playoffs.
Yes. So I was super proud of Nalen and just kind of the mindset that he had, the resilience he had. He played the last 3 games of the regular season, and first round of the playoffs they played, it didn't go too well for those guys, which is fine, but he had a phenomenal game. Caught a lot of passes, 3 touchdowns, I believe, over 100 yards. So that kind of tells you the skill set that he plays with and the things that he can do, with the ball in the air and after the catch. So definitely excited with him being a bigger body to get here on campus.
Yeah, 6'2", 210, physical, can go up and make the catch. In this league, to go up and win 50-50 balls, to have that physicality, that's important, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very important. I think we've seen it a lot this past season, whether we're on the successful part of it or not the good side of it, but not only with us, but other offenses in the conference, and not only in the Big Ten, but in the country. I think he's going to be just fine. Like you said, he's 6'2", 210, can run. He ran track this offseason. He can jump. He's got really good ball skills, and he's a really hard worker. He comes from a working family, so I think he'll be just fine here, especially with Coach Rule.
How important is it for you to make that connection, not just with the recruit, but with the families as well, and get to know the entire aspect of a player's life?
I think it's very important. Just kind of gives you the background of what they're coming from, things that may trigger them to work harder or trigger them to shut down, some things you can stay clear from, some things you can kind of attack to motivate them. But I think it's a you always want to meet at least the family or the guardian that these guys come from, and it helps out not only with myself, but the head coach, the offense coordinator, and the team. So, he comes from a great family, mom, dad, grandmother, everybody's involved. So, I don't see there being many problems with them, and if there is, they're one phone call away, which helps out.
What's the most important thing once you get these guys on campus? What's the first step for these guys?
I think the first step is just getting them settled in. Even like this past class with Jeremiah Jones getting up here in this summer, just something simple, just teaching him how to set his alarm clock the proper way and wake up on time. Like everybody comes from a different situation, a lot of more, leniency at the high school level, not so much here. But I think both of these guys, Nalen and Larry, will be just fine.
Yeah, make sure all recruits out there on signing day stay on time once you get to college. Coach, we appreciate you. Great job for the 2026 class.
Thank you.
Tequil Shorts, we'll send it back to Jess.
Well, we welcome in one of the playmakers of this year's signing class, Nen Scott, the wide receiver out of McEachern High School in Marietta, Georgia. Nen, thank you so much for being here.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for having me.
Well, you're officially a Husker now. How does it feel to have the process over and you're officially a Husker?
Yes, ma'am. It's amazing. I feel like the process has been, a little crazy, a little wonky, but, it's all amazing, like just to be able to be with a great team and a great program with an amazing receiver room.
Okay, so take us through your process. You committed back in June to the Huskers. What was it about Nebraska that you felt like it was the right spot for you?
Yes, ma'am. Just the area, like the environment, and knowing like the historical program around it, like, and just knowing how Coach Rule and Coach Shorts can like just develop receivers and just make them like into the best player possible, and knowing like what the future holds with the program, knowing that we can be like a big team in a run.
I love that. Well, tell us about Coach Schwartz. What did you like about getting to know him, and how did you connect with him?
It was great. I feel like we got to connect over my receiver coach. I had Coach TJ from Kitchen, but just getting to know him and like his motive towards like how he wants to like treat his players and like just everything he does for them, like just spending the time with them, like, and just everything, knowing that he can just get everybody to the next level and how he develops his receivers.
Oh, that's awesome. So you were hurt, right? A little bit throughout your senior year. How are you doing health-wise?
Yes, ma'am. I'm doing great now. I had ended up tearing a ligament in my hand earlier throughout the season before I started, and I had missed the first 6 or 7 games of the season, and then I came back, and I had finished off my last game, and I had 3 touchdowns for I think it was around 150 and like I think 7-8 catches. So I feel I'm coming back good, and then like even now throughout like all my workouts before I coming up to Nebraska, like everything's been going good, like with my wrist mobility and everything.
That's awesome. I'm sure it was frustrating, right? How much did you learn having to sit back and be patient and make sure you were healthy throughout your senior season?
Yes, man. I think like even getting sat down like that, one thing it taught me was just to like be patient and like everything, even though things don't always go as planned, like still keeping your head on course and like just keeping the main thing and like also like just even like staying in the game and just learning different things by like just being on the sideline and being able to like help coach the younger guys and like just being there for your team because like getting injured is like part of the game. So like just always knowing how you can be a part of your team and just be a vessel like for your people around you, knowing that you can just always help out.
All right. So what? 6'3", 200. What kind of wide receiver are you? What can Husker fans expect from you that maybe haven't seen your game film?
And man, I feel like if you haven't seen my game film, like knowing that I'm a playmaker and that I can just get the job done, like whenever like the balls come my way, like 50-50 balls is never a thing. It's always 100-0. Like just knowing that like when the ball's in the air, like it's mine and like everything, they're just gonna get a person who's gonna come in and just try to make a statement for himself.
Oh, I love that. Love to hear that. Love the confidence. Well, why wide receiver? Why'd you land on being a receiver?
Yes, man. I feel like those are like the playmakers like around the field. I feel like when the ball's you throwing up or like even like just having to go through like just progressions and everything, like when like receivers make plays, like it usually gets the whole team hype and everything, and like it's just a certain swagger that I think that I like having as a receiver. So I feel like that's why I really chose receiver.
Well, besides just the catching, how about the blocking? How important is that, and just the other parts of it when you're not making the plays, I guess?
Blocking is also a crucial part in the game. So like I feel like I'm a great blocker. Like, I like blocking because I used to be like growing up, I was an old lineman like until I had got into like around middle school and then high school, like to where I kind of like slimmed out. But even like then, like now, like I always love blocking, like getting pancakes in my group, like even in high school was like a big thing for me. So like I always love blocking is my thing, I say.
Love that mentality. Wow. So you started out as an offensive lineman. How about that?
Yes, ma'am. Offensive line or D tackle.
That's great. And you don't always hear that path.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Okay, so why did you even get into football in the first place?
I feel like earlier in my days, I was like trying out some sports. Like I tried out like baseball, soccer, like, and I did a little karate for a little time. Like, and then even now, I feel like when I had turned 5 and like my mom had put me in it, like it was just I never complained about going to practice. Like I genuinely had fun. Like I love like just doing everything like around. So it was that. I feel like after I had started my when I turned 5, that really like I knew football was for me.
Just first love. You knew it
Yes,
was
ma'am.
love at first practice.
Literally, yeah.
So no karate then? You didn't stick with karate?
Nah, I stopped after like elementary school. I couldn't do it no more. Gotta start getting a little too advanced for me.
Well, how excited are you? You're coming early. You're going to get to be here, in a couple of weeks. How excited are you for that opportunity and to get to be a part of the bowl practices?
As now I'm blessed. Knowing this is just a great opportunity, being able to come in early and like just finish off like my high school, like just knowing that I get to be able to just come in and just get to practicing and just get a hold of the program and everything moving forward.
So were you able to come to a game this year?
Yes, ma'am. I ended up going to who did they play? I think it was the Michigan game. The Michigan game I ended up going to.
What'd you think of Husker Nation and the crowd and the atmosphere?
Very tight. Like everybody was turned like from the get go. Like, and that was the first time I ever seen like the balloons too, like in person. Like that was a real. That's one of my favorite things I like to see too. Like every time, like after that first touchdown, the first points on the board, seeing that go up. Man, it's like a real, very crazy environment. I love it though.
You hoping to be one of those guys that sets those balloons in the air, scoring the first
Most
touchdown?
Yes, ma'am.
That's awesome. You don't always hear that. I think that's the first time I've talked to a high school signee that has mentioned the balloons. So you're a fan of the balloons.
Yes, ma'am. Most definitely.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, I got a few fun questions for you here to close this out. You down?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So we just celebrated Thanksgiving. What's your favorite Thanksgiving dish?
Okay, so my main thing I'm gonna start off with, I'm gonna always have ham in the middle of my plate. I'm not a big turkey guy myself, so I'm gonna have some ham on the side. I might have some yams with some green beans and cabbage next to it. I'm on more so the green beans part more than the cabbage. You feel me? But my grandma makes it amazing, so I love it for that. Then I got some mac and cheese, and then I might have a turkey leg on the side.
You have it down to a science. Okay, but if you just had to choose one side dish, what's your favorite side dish?
Auntie's mac and cheese.
Okay. What's your favorite ice cream flavor?
Oreo cookies and cream.
Okay. Who was your favorite player growing up? Favorite athlete?
Favorite
Could be
player?
any sport.
Julio Jones.
All right.
Waffle House.
It's a great one. Best Gatorade flavor?
Lime.
Okay. What's your go-to movie or TV show that you can watch on repeat?
My go-to movie is crazy because I've been watching this movie since like I was like 4 or 5 years old. But I would say it's called Drumline. I've been watching like that's my favorite movie like of all time. And then like shows that I could watch, like I could watch a regular show like on a regular, like literally on a regular. I could watch a regular show on a regular. That's like one thing. It's just funny to rewatch and everything.
Drumline, I like it. That's also unusual. Nick Cannon, he was good in that.
That was. I think that was one of his first like big time movies he had too.
Yep. Okay, who is your biggest football mentor?
Ooh, biggest football mentor. I got a few. Growing up, I had two. I had one, Coach Chase in my youth days, and then Coach T. Those are like my two like big youth coaches, like my head coaches. And then now for like my real like development, like for receiver, like since growing up, for actually player wise, I say Caden Lee my freshman year. When I had first started off at receiver, like he's at Ole Miss right now, he had like helped me a lot through my process. And then when I got to McEacher and Coach TJ that I got right now, like he really like broke everything down and like just showed me it was more to route running than just like everything that I see, like just knowing that I can just come down and just work on everything like precisely just with him. So
Oh, that's great. Okay, so you know when you were a kid and you got asked, what do you want to be when you grow up? What was your answer to that when you were young?
NFL player.
Always a football player.
That's Mel.
Okay. All right, what sport would you be playing if not football?
Ooh.
Karate? Would you be going to UFC?
I'd say baseball, to be honest.
Baseball, huh?
If I didn't choose football, I feel like I probably would have stayed with baseball and like just kept that throughout elementary and middle and high school.
Well, what else do Husker fans need to know about you? I was told you got a great personality. You're a lot of fun. What do they need to know? What are they getting in Neyland?
I feel like they're getting a very energetic kid who just wants to come in and just be a playmaker and just have an amazing time. I just say energetic kid who just wants to come in and work.
Great stuff. Congratulations again. Thank you so much for your time, and we'll look forward to seeing you here in Lincoln here in a couple weeks.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
It's Nen Scott, the wide receiver out of Marietta, Georgia. He's fun.
He is. There's that quiet kind of kid-like nature that I like. And listen, at the end of the day, it's a game, right? And sometimes we forget to just have fun, right? Ja'Cory Barney reminds us of that, right? Just have fun.
Yeah,
so,
just very much full of joy.
Yeah, it doesn't always have to be this woe is me kind of deal. I like his vibe.
How about a wide receiver that started off his football career playing offensive line and defensive tackle?
Yeah, and he didn't bat an eye at it. He's like, yeah, before I slimmed up. It's like, I wonder what that was like.
Well, this is the Nebraska Football Supreme 26 Signing Day show presented by M Grills and Blazin' Grill Works. Okay, let's talk about Danny Odum, the 5-star cornerback, one of the top defensive backs in the country. In fact, the number 2 corner in the class, according to 24/7. But out of the First Academy in Orlando, Florida, but from Farrell, Pennsylvania, and he's very passionate about that he's a Pennsylvania guy. Had so many offers in his final 5: Penn State, Oklahoma, Ohio State, Clemson, and Nebraska. He started off as a 3-star and ended up getting his 5th star here throughout his senior season. What did he do to, again, continue to gain that notoriety here throughout his senior season?
Got one of his early offers from Nebraska. No, I say that kind of tongue-in-cheek, but it's interesting, right? Nebraska was in on him early. And I see this a lot with certain schools. They were in on Odum early, and listen, he's a fantastic talent. But from an eval standpoint, I think being in so early actually helped pay dividends because this went down. This got late in the recruiting season, right, with Clemson and some of these schools that stayed relentless. Oklahoma, Penn State was an earlier offer, but with Odum, he's an elite level talent, in my opinion. He's long, he's lean. I like the fact he plays as though he doesn't have a ton of bones in his body. He's very malleable, has really good body control. And he's like a lot of these Northeastern guys that we talk to, the Ramir Johnsons, the Makai Nelsons, the Justin Evans, when Justin talks, just tough, right? There's just a mindset of toughness that comes with that part of the country, and that's definitely Danny.
Also the head coach.
Yeah.
Which Danny,
very, very much so.
yeah, which Danny connects to. Coach Rule being from Pennsylvania as well.
Super no nonsense, and so it's like, it's just really, really good.
So Navy All-American, again, the third highest rated recruit in program history. Was actually a wide receiver when he was playing in high school in Pennsylvania. And
You can tell because he can catch.
Yeah.
He's got good hands.
Had 68 receptions for 776 yards and 8 touchdowns in his high school seasons there. And so he is just a playmaker. Yeah. And we also saw him here over the weekend, and he's another guy that he's locked in and wanted to help make sure that he's trying to bring in recruits along with him.
Absolutely. We like those guys.
We do. All right, well, what does his future position coach think of him? Let's send things over to Kyle Crooks and Addison Williams.
All right, Jess, thank you so much. Chatting with Addison Williams and talking about this 2026 class, and one of the top tier recruits, not just in this class, but in the country of any class, is Danny Odum, and coming from Orlando, Florida area. What do you see from him, a guy who had nearly 15 Division I offers?
Yeah, so Danny, the first thing you see is his size. He's a bigger guy, 6'6", long arms, probably 180 pounds, and so he has the DNA to get even bigger, you know. But with that, he's a fast kid, you know. He's 4'4", 4'5" guy, and one thing that a lot of people don't know about Danny is that he was a really good basketball player. He actually was invited to play for the USA team as like a 10th grader or 11th grader, so really, really good athlete.
How much do you look at guys having different skill sets, or not focused in on one sport or football all the time, but having maybe a baseball background, basketball background, volleyball background, anything like that?
I look into it heavily because each sport requires a different skill set. And when you just hone in on one particular sport, I think a guy can max out before his time has come. But you mentioned baseball. All right, so we talk about a guy playing a deep ball down the sideline, or a post safety playing the ball 40, 50 yards down the field, where that's something that guys learn from playing center field. Mm-hmm. And I think that's kind of a lost art in football now, because so many guys have went just so sport specific. And so I think that's really, really important in the evaluation process, that guys play other positions.
And some services,
other sports, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and some services have him as a 5-star recruit, and that's obviously huge. And we'll take a look at some of the highlights here for Danny Odum. What stands out when you first watched that high school tape from him?
It shows you right there his playmaking ability and just his passion for the game. You know, he had multiple games this past season with interceptions, and just from going up, making an acrobatic catch right there, making one-handed interceptions. And again, just his love for the game, him jumping around and just showing emotion. That's what you want from a guy at this position.
And you come from a talent-rich state. You know, you're coaching at UCF, so you know that area well, but the importance of recruiting out of that area for you guys.
It's extremely important. And one thing that you see about guys from down there, they are extremely athletic, but as everybody knows, the high school coaching funding in that state is not the greatest. And those guys, they give their all into it, but they're not as fully developed as some of the guys from other states, as a Georgia or Texas or California, that has more resources. And so he's definitely a guy that we identified early on in my time here, and excited about him.
How do you think he fits in with all the other guys that you have coming back in your secondary?
He spent a lot of time here, so he's gotten close with a lot of the guys and gotten to know them. So from a personality standpoint, he's a great fit, and from a skill set, he'll be a great add to the room.
Well done, Coach. Really appreciate it, and we look forward to having Danny on campus. Congratulations.
Absolutely. Appreciate it.
Addison Williams, great job on the trail. Jess, we send it back to you.
We welcome in one of the highest recruits in Nebraska football history, one of the best defensive backs in this signing class, Danny Odum III. Danny, thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you for having me.
Congratulations. I mean, you were very highly sought after by every school in the country, just about. How does it feel to officially be a Husker today?
It feels great. I'm ready to work.
Okay, well, why Nebraska? Why was it the fit for you?
I felt something special between me, Coach Rule, Coach Addison, and I feel like we can make a big impact in the Big Ten going forward in the playoffs and making a great run these next couple of years.
I love to hear that. Well, you were quite the wide receiver too at Farrell, Pennsylvania, right? Why did you
Yes,
land
ma'am.
on defensive back?
I let every coach know I'm willing to play wherever needed to get on the field. That's where my grandfather actually saw me thriving at in college, so he decided to make a change, and the coaches saw it too, and I just been working at it ever since.
Well, being that you did play wide receiver, how much does that help with your ball skills? And
Oh, a lot,
yeah,
a lot.
locking in those interceptions, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you just recently you got your 5-star back in November. What did you feel like you were able to do throughout your senior season that your status continued to elevate throughout this last season?
Create turnovers. That's where I feel like I do best.
Well, I love to hear that, and I know Husker fans love to hear that. You
Yes, ma'am.
mentioned Coach Rule. What was it like just chatting with him throughout this process? What spoke to you about him and the leader here at Lincoln?
His leadership, just like his whole mentality. Like me and Coach Rule, I feel like we got a lot of similarities. He a Penn State guy. I'm PA guy, so like I feel like people from PA they just like thrive together.
There is that bond, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, how about Addison Williams? What did you like about him? Why'd you click with him?
Coach Addison, he always kept it real to me since day one. He always been like not even like a coach, just like another mentor. And he also he was one of the first coaches to take a chance on me. Like when I first moved down to Florida, my high school team had a 7-on-7 tournament at UCF. That's when he first saw me, and he offered me right when he saw me.
So I was going to ask you because Nebraska was one of your first offers, right? And found you early. What did that mean to you that they believed in you so early?
It mean a lot because when they offered me, that's when Coach Addison had just got the job. But even before they offered me, I started building a great relationship with Coach Rule, and it was already recruiting me.
Well, you were here over the weekend. You were helping recruit. Why was that important for you to come here? It wasn't just this year's class, but the next couple of classes. Why was that important for you to be here and help out with that?
I gotta bring in them dogs. I gotta bring the dogs with me.
I love it. I love it. All right. So how excited are you to be able to come here in December, be a part of both practices and get right in with this program? How exciting is that?
It's very exciting. I tell Coach Rule, Coach Addison every day how ready I am.
What did you think about Husker Nation when you've been here a few times you visited?
I loved it. Packed out every game. It's freezing cold out there. They still out there packed. They show me mad love on social media, in person, wherever I go.
All right. You are also a Navy All-American, really, really prestigious honor. What did that mean to you to get that honor?
It meant a lot. My mother actually spoke it into existence.
Really? What'd she say?
She actually, since the summer, been telling me how we going to go All-American, 5-star, and we got 2 more. It was All-American, 5-star, freshman, all-conference, and then first-round draft pick.
Shout out to Mom. Nothing like belief from your mom that fuels you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How important has she been to you becoming the player that you are?
She's everything. Couldn't have done it without her.
She excited to be a Cornhusker?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, so you're coming here in December. What's your approach? What are you looking to do to be able to come here and immediately fit right in?
Come in ready to grind, ready to work. Don't take no plays off. Just come there with my head down, ready to work.
Love to hear that. Hey, if Husker fans have not seen your game film, what are you like on a football field?
Him, dog work.
How important is that confidence as a defensive back, right? Because you're going to give up some plays, but you got to be able to bounce back, right? How important is that mentality?
I feel like that's the number one thing. You got to have confidence to play this position.
Where does that come from for you? Where did you find that? How was that instilled in you?
Just growing up in Furrow, Pennsylvania.
All right, I got some fun questions. We'll close out here with for you. What's your favorite Thanksgiving side dish?
I say my Nana mac and cheese. I actually couldn't even get none this year because I went to go visit my Huskers, but
They didn't save you any for when you got back?
nah, it was all they already tore it up.
What did she do that's special about it?
I don't know. She put her elbows into the dish.
We need to get that recipe. What's
For real.
your favorite ice cream flavor?
I say vanilla. I'm kind of plain.
I'm with you. It's my favorite too. What's your favorite TV show or movie that you can watch on repeat?
Favorite TV show, I say Power. Favorite movie, I say Paid in Full.
Okay. Who is your biggest football mentor?
My uncle Dante Campbell.
What role did he play for you?
He played a big role. That's actually who I moved down to Orlando with. He was willing to press pause on his life to come help me help me reach my goals.
That's awesome. What's the best Gatorade flavor?
Purple.
Purple. Okay. When you were a little kid growing up, they would always ask you, what do you want to be when you grow up? What was your answer to that question?
I want to play in the NFL.
Always football.
Always.
Okay. Well, if you weren't playing football, what sport would you play?
Basketball.
Okay. All right. Well, what else do Husker fans need to know about you?
That I'm Danny Odom. They got about 2 more weeks till I start putting in that work.
Awesome. Great stuff. Thank you so much for your time. Congratulations. Can't wait to see you here in Lincoln in a couple weeks.
Same here. Appreciate you.
Again, Danny Odom, the 5-star cornerback, one of the top defensive backs in this 2026 class out of the First Academy in Orlando, but coming from Farrell, Pennsylvania, and he's not lacking in the confidence, which you've got to have playing that position.
No, there's a couple telltale signs. Paid in full, power, and putting an elbow in a dish. When you get that kind of, those examples, I think Nebraska fans can be excited about what they're getting.
Again, another just great personality, a lot of belief. You heard him talking about Coach Rule and relating to him being from Pennsylvania. And by the way, you're going to hear mac and cheese a lot in that answer.
Yeah, I'm not gonna pass judgment. I think mac and cheese is highly overrated. But I'm not a sides guy, so I'm the wrong guy to ask. But he did give another great answer. I'm a vanilla bean guy. I don't like ice cream. I think it's also overrated. But if I'm going to eat ice cream, I'm going with vanilla bean.
All right, and one more serious question with Danny. So we've seen that this coaching staff, Coach Rule's not afraid to play true freshmen. What's the potential of Danny being able to maybe come in here and play early?
Yeah, depending on well, there's a high probability. He'll certainly be in the mix, but they have so many good young corners, right? The Amari Sanders of the world. They've got some good young talent. So, but Odom's temperament and who he's played against and kind of him being focused will give him every opportunity to have a shot.
All right, well, how about we talk about the hometown Husker, Jace Reynolds, the linebacker out of Elkhorn North High School, the lone in-state recruit in this class, but of course one of the top playmakers in this state, and finished with 54 tackles, 8 tackles for loss, 4 sacks as a senior. You know this guy really well. What are the Huskers getting in him?
Yeah, I'm a really big fan. He's a tremendous athlete. I think he's one of those guys, when he camped at Nebraska and they got the real numbers on him, I think even they were a little bit taken aback. The film is one thing, but then when you watch kind of what he does and the fluidity and how he moves, in person, he's a really good player. He's part of a tremendous defense. They had a hard time staying healthy down the stretch at Elkhorn North, but he gives you a lot of versatility. He can play in space. He's gonna grow some more. He's twitchy. He's pretty instinctive. He's a little longer in terms of his frame. But on the high school level, he gives me some Josh Bullock's vibes, where another guy that I coached against and played against, where he's a little springier than you think, he's twitchier than you think, and he comes with some thump too.
You talked about it. He balled out at Friday Night Lights camp, which is huge.
He ran well.
Yeah, which is huge for this program. Very, very close relationship with the linebackers coach, Rob Dvorak, but he committed in May and shut it down, said, I'm not talking to anybody else.
Yeah, I just think it's a testament to kind of who he is, and you know how I feel about Coach Dvorak, so that goes without saying. But I think just the fact that he's been so dialed and committed, I think quietly, if you're looking for an off-the-radar, kind of underappreciated guy, and I get it, it's a small class, Jace Reynolds, he's a pro's pro. So and he's got a lot of upside too with his athleticism.
Plays basketball, going to finish out his senior season, wants to make sure he finishes out on the basketball court. You know that well.
Absolutely. And now we argued about it in our house, so it was probably a little easier decision than theirs.
But again, it's a smaller class, and this coaching staff going to continue to target the top talent in the state, but locking down at one of the top linebackers, and again, a hometown Husker, that's important.
It is, and I think you have to continue to build depth in that room. It's a difficult position to play, I think, quietly. When I look at so far in the Coach Rule's tenure, what they want to do defensively, the second level guys, I mean, you have to be kind of different. I mean, you asked me a year ago who I thought Nebraska would miss the most from the previous season. I told you it was Josh Bullock.
John Bullock.
John, I keep saying Josh. It's Josh. DBs, I get it, John. He just was a guy that was kind of the eraser. He was a 3-down guy. It's hard to do in this defense, but Jace gives me some John Bullock vibes.
That's a good comparison there. All right, well, let's learn more about Jace with Kyle and Coach Dvorak.
All right, Jess, thank you so much. And Rob, good to see you. Big day, signing day, and you have a very special commitment, Jace Reynolds. Overall, when you evaluate your linebackers, let's start here. What are you looking for when you bring in a linebacker into a class?
I think number one, you're looking for size. Make sure they got the right size to be able to play the position, and then the athleticism, to run around, play man coverage, play zone, be physical at the point of attack in the box. And Jace is a young man who I got the chance to work with at camp, who I'm really excited about, coming here, a local guy, a Husker. So he's got a bright future here.
Yeah, he got an offer right after a camp, and a local kid, Elkhorn North High School. I'm sure he has a unique sense of pride for this brand and for the Huskers.
Yeah, absolutely. When I first got here a few years ago, there's a bunch of local guys on this team, and when you get to work with those guys and see how much pride they have in the state of Nebraska football, the history, the tradition. So when you could get guys like that who are really good football players and are from the state, you always got to get them on your roster.
And we'll take a look at some of Jace's highlights, but for him, versatile piece, I think, is a way to describe him. He moved around a little bit on the defense. What can you tell me about his skill set?
Yeah, he's a really good athlete. I mean, that was the first thing that stood out to me when I got to work with him and I watched his tape. You see him playing offense, you see him catching the ball, wheel routes, you see him taking the ball away on defense, playing in space. I think he's going back for an interception here. Just can do a lot of different things. He attacks the ball. He's athletic. He has good change of direction. He's got good speed and burst, and a great young man. Really good kid. Great family. Really, really good family, local family. So it's really great to have him. He's going to be a really good athlete for us.
Reddy's also a hoops player too, and
Yep.
The athleticism is key in this league because, like you said, you got to get out in coverage, and there's a lot of different things that you have to do in your defense as an athlete.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, he plays basketball. Really good basketball team. Hopefully, they can win state this year. I'm rooting for them. They were close last year, and just that skill set to be able to cover tight ends, cover backs. Obviously at the next level, it's all about matchups. So if we could develop those traits while he's here and get him to the point, we'll have a great college career. Then hopefully have an opportunity to go play at the next level one day.
How does he fit in with the group that you have right now on the roster?
I think he's a perfect fit. A great fit within the room, and then as far as the football player, the athlete, he's a great fit for us, and we're really excited to have him.
Well, Coach, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations to Jace Reynolds, one of the newest signees here for the Huskers, and we appreciate your time in the breakdown.
Of course. Thank you so much.
Rob Dvorak has done a great job as linebackers coach here at the Huskers. We send it back to you, Jess.
Well, we welcome in the homegrown Husker in this year's signing class, Jace Reynolds, the linebacker out of Elkhorn North. Jace, thank you so much for being here. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
It's been a long time coming. How does it feel that it's officially official that you're officially a Husker now?
Yeah, it feels amazing. I feel like the past couple of years I've been waiting to finally make it official, and after the sign, it's a great feeling.
Okay, so you've talked a lot about this throughout your process. This has been a lifelong dream for you. You grew up coming to Husker games. So take me back to when you got that initial offer. What were the emotions when that official offer came to you?
Yeah, when Coach Rule offered me at my camp, it kind of didn't feel real. My dad had to come down, and he was talking to Coach Rule with me, and that was kind of everything I ever wanted in that moment, just finally getting that offer, finally getting the opportunity. It was a very surreal feeling.
Well, it's one thing to dream about playing for a school. It's another to make sure it's the right fit for you, right? So when you're figuring that out, what was it about Nebraska that beyond just dreaming of playing for the Huskers that you knew it was going to be a good fit for you and what you wanted to be as a college player?
Yeah, my biggest thing was the people, the coaches, the players, everyone else that's involved throughout all the program. And really, Nebraska checks all the boxes there. Coach Dvorak, he's been there every step with me. Coach Rule, they've just been amazing people for me, have been very open and honest with me about where they see me and the potential that I have at their school. So,
okay, so you were in the part of the Friday Night Lights camp, right?
Yes. Yep.
And you balled out. What was your approach to that? Of again, maybe potentially getting an opportunity out of participating in that.
Yeah, they really wanted just to see how fast I was, see how well I can move in space and kind of stuff like that. And I knew I had to run a good 40 time, which thankfully I did, and just came out. I participated well in the drills. I was able to move well, and I got my chance. So
Coach Dvorak is a guy that his players absolutely adore him. What has it been like building a relationship with Coach Rob, and why do you gravitate towards him?
Yeah, he's a very personal guy. He reaches out multiple times every week. He's asking how I'm doing, how my family's doing, how the people in my life are doing. He really builds a bond with more than just me. My parents love him. My brothers love him. He's a very likable person, and it makes it a very easy choice to go play for him.
How exciting is it too? I mean, you're seeing a guy like Vincent Schaefer, some of these younger linebackers, Dawson Merritt, that have been able to come in and play immediately. How exciting is that, knowing that, he's going to give you a chance if you come in and do things right?
Yeah, that is very promising for me. Just, if you're willing to put in the time and learn the plays and get your body right and ready to play, it's very promising for me. And even Pierce Mooberry, he was in on kickoff this year as a freshman. Like, they find opportunities if you're ready, and it's very promising for me.
Okay, so what do you remember about coming to Husker games growing up?
Truthfully, I remember some games being super hot and just kind of wanted to go home in the stands.
What do you remember sitting up there thinking, I want to do that? When do you feel like it clicked for you? I want to do that too.
Yeah, there was this very cool moment in the tunnel walk after one of the games where an old running back, Ozigbo, he tossed me his towel after a game, and I actually still have that towel. I wore it for some games this year just because it was a towel that I had. But just getting that towel in that moment and kind of being like, wow, like that was really cool. That was kind of a spark right there.
Wow, that's really cool. What a cool story. How does it feel now that you're going to be that guy?
Yeah, when I'm in the tunnels now, shaking all the kids' hands, like I make sure I get every single kid that I can there, just because I know I was in those exact same steps not too long ago in my life. So just make sure I get back to those kids that are here for us.
Who was your favorite Husker growing up?
Oh, I don't really have one. I just have to say Ozigbo because he gave me that towel. It kind of gave me that core memory.
So once you committed to the Huskers, you shut it down. And I mean, everybody has their own approach, own process, and that's great. But for you personally, why did you shut it down? You didn't even want to think about anything else. You knew it was the spot for you.
Yeah, kind of like I said earlier, the people, they really know their place, had it like that. I believe what Coach Rule is building here at Nebraska. I believe in his foundation that he's laid over the past couple of years, and I I see the program going up in a positive direction. So that was kind of my reasons. Everything's going up from here.
Okay, so you're also going to play basketball, going to finish out your senior year there at Elkhorn North. How important was that for you to play both sports, and what has that done for you in being able to set you up for what you've done on the football field is being a dual sport athlete?
Yeah, that was very important to me to finish out my basketball career this year. I've been playing with some kids on the team for my whole life now, and really just want to go finish out my senior year strong with these guys. We have a very good team. I feel like we have a chance of going all the way this year. So being able to go do it one more time with them, I mean, I couldn't pass up on that opportunity.
All right, so most people here in the state will have seen you play, seen your highlights. What are you like on the football field for those that have not seen any of your game film?
Yeah, I'm a very versatile player. I kind of play a little bit back at safety. I play a more traditional outside linebacker. I can come up and play the edge, blitz off the edge. So really I can kind of go wherever they need me to, which is kind of like my biggest trait. If they need me to go plug and play somewhere else, I'm like their molding clay kind of. I can just fit into whatever pieces they fit best for the team.
I know they love those kinds of players. Hey, for your family, you're a family guy. How excited were they when you decided to stay home?
Yeah, they were pumped. My dad was at the camp with me, and right when I got that offer, we called my mom, we called my brothers, and we're all freaking out together in the car like, oh my gosh, this is actually real. So they all kind of knew I was going to stay home the whole time. So it was very good. Very happy time.
I can feel your excitement and joy. Like you haven't stopped smiling. How excited are you? What is this moment like for you?
Yeah, I can't wait. I kind of wish I didn't play basketball at the same time. Get down there earlier, but I have to go play basketball. I have to go do it with those guys. So I got to be patient and keep working, and then just be ready for my time in the summer.
Oh, great stuff. Okay, so I've just got some fun questions here I want to close out this interview with. You down?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, what's your favorite Thanksgiving dish?
Favorite Thanksgiving dish? My mom makes this pretzel jello kind of marshmallow dessert. I ask her to make it every year, and she does it for me, so that's my favorite.
Oh, sounds delicious. Maybe she can pass along the recipe. All right.
Very good.
Favorite ice cream?
I think I like cookie dough with a little brownie mix in there, a little both of them with vanilla ice cream. It's got to be vanilla.
I love it. Favorite player growing up or athlete? Favorite athlete growing up?
Honestly, I'm just gonna have to go with my brother here. My older brother played football over at Elkhorn High, and he's the person who got me into the sport to begin with. So just shout out to him. He's kind of got me into the game of football.
I love it. I love it. Best Gatorade flavor?
After a practice, I'm gonna have to go yellow, but just to drink, I'm gonna go blue.
Why is it different? A couple of guys have said that. Why is it different depending on what you're doing?
I don't know. It's a different. Your taste buds must be different or something. But after practice, yellow.
I love it. Okay, so favorite movie or TV show that is on repeat for you?
One of my favorite movies is Top Gun. When I was a freshman, I played baseball, and we kind of had that Top Gun theme throughout our season, and we ended up winning the state championship that year. So that's kind of like my core memory there with the Top Gun movie and all that. So
new Top Gun or old Top Gun?
The new Top Gun. It was right when it came out, so it was kind of the thrill at the time.
So you kind of answered this, I think, but your biggest football mentor, is that your brother?
Yep, that's my brother. Gonna have to go with him.
Okay, so this might be challenging for you because you obviously play a lot of sports. What sport would you play if not football?
I'd have to go basketball. I wish I could keep playing baseball. I had to, unfortunately, just give it up for football and focus on that. But thankfully, I'm still able to play basketball, still able to have that opportunity. And yeah.
Okay, so, when you were a kid and everybody asked you, what do you want to be when you grow up? What was your answer to that question?
I'm going into study pre-med, and my dad, he's a surgeon. He does orthopedics. So kind of being around that my whole life, that's kind of been my spark a little bit. I think I'm going to try and go into that as well.
Wow, that's incredible. Well, great stuff. Thank you so much for your time. Congratulations. And we'll look forward to seeing you. You're going to be around. I know you'll be around since you're right up the road, but we'll look forward to getting you here officially come this summer.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Again, Jace Reynolds, the linebacker out of Elkhorn North High School, the homegrown Husker. And DB, you saw it, and I talked to him about it, but he was smiling the entire time. A dream come true for him.
Yeah, a lot of joy. And I like the fact, and listening to Coach Dvorak's interview, he talked about his athleticism and kind of his versatility. He can play in space, he can get downhill, and he appears to be really coachable, right? He's a bright kid that understands spatial awareness. He'd be a nice toy to kind of tinker with in a creative defense.
He also mentioned, too, just potential to play on special teams, Yeah. And so I think that's also a great opportunity for someone like him. You get in and convince Coach Eckler, and they'll also play you there, too.
You almost have a sixth sense. I was just talking to Coach Eckler, and we were just talking about athleticism and playing on special teams. It's like, how he's looking for, just toughness and speed and agility. And he said he said, schemes can be a little bit overrated. You just need a couple of things, and it's just like, that's the guy that we were just talking about in Jace Reynolds. He's an example of those qualities that we were just talking about a couple of minutes ago.
Obviously very cerebral, too, wants to maybe be a doctor, so a smart
These smart
guy,
guys are
too.
scary.
I love the story he also told about when he was a little kid going to a game. Divine Ozigbo gave him a towel, and he still has it and actually used it in a couple of games this year.
That's a great pull. One of the more underappreciated Huskers of all time, Divine Ozigbo.
Okay, well, let's move on here and talk about the pipeline. A trio of really talented offensive linemen going to be joining the Nebraska pipeline. Let's start with Claude Puma, the offensive lineman, 6'8", 260 out of Chicago, Illinois, plays for Mount Carmel, and in fact, is going to be playing in the state championship game tonight, the IHSA Class A state title game. So big day for Claude. And here's somebody that's new to the game of football. Has only been playing a couple years, is from Cameroon, but grew up playing soccer and basketball, came over to the United States to play basketball, switched to football, and has blown up here over the last couple of seasons, has over 30 Division I offers, Michigan, Ohio State, Florida, Auburn, Nebraska, part of his final list. But he's got some raw talent, and I know the Huskers are excited about him.
Yeah, and he's a legit tackle. He is a natural perimeter offensive lineman, and so I think that part will be fun to watch. I played with a couple guys that were from Mount Carmel. One of my best friends, Ed Stewart, used to be a power. And so I love seeing Mount Carmel back on the map. It used to be a place that Nebraska would make some hay in that Chicago area. So that's 2 bonus points. But with Puma, his versatility and his athleticism, you mentioned soccer. You can tell with his footwork, he's got really good balance. For a big guy, his ability to dance in space is pretty unique, and he runs extremely well for a guy that size. He's going to be a nice addition to this offensive line room because he comes across as really good-natured. And as you know, I've got a tremendous amount of respect for Coach Raiola and what he's been able to do. He finally gets his hands on a natural tackle.
So a consensus 4-star recruit, and I was just about to say that. With these group of guys, a lot of them nice as can be when you talk to them off the field, on the field, mean and nasty, and I think we saw a little bit
about
of
him
that.
Finishing blocks.
Yeah.
He's down the field. He's picking off little guys. It's hard for those big guys to adjust and get the little itty-bitties in space, man. But Puma, really athletic. I love the soccer background. Again, different positions, different type of player. I'm not heaping any of the expectations on him when I give the analogy. But the last really good soccer player that played for Nebraska as an interior guy was a guy by the name of Ndamukong Suh. Really good footwork, a dancing bear. Puma, his niftiness, just kind of being light on his feet, is pretty nice.
So when you're watching the game from there, and again, because he's so new to the sport, are you seeing more of the rawness? Or are you seeing, hey, he's pretty advanced already for not playing very, very much?
So I think one of the keys to coaching is meeting players right where they're at. And players get better under Coach Raiola's watch. I think that's you can't really debate that, right? We had left Turner Corcoran for dead. He's a much better player. You could make the case he played his best game against Iowa. We've seen what's happened with Pritchett. Justin Evans made a seamless transition from guard to center. So when you're talking development, I like the fact that you're putting him with Coach Raiola. And the other thing is, you want a dry erase board. It's nice, it's blank, it's clean, or a nice big piece of putty. He seems like a guy that you can draw what you want and kind of shape it the way you want to. The sky's the limit for Puma, and I don't think that's hyperbole.
The first of three offensive linemen that we're going to talk about here today, so we'll hear from Coach Raiola coming up once we introduce you to all three. But again, a smaller class, but how important when you talk about the offensive line and building from within, and the fact that you get three very talented guys that you can really mold and build, because it's not always a position you can really go to and every year in the portal. It's not like there's an influx of offensive linemen every year.
Yeah, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to think that you can make a living through the portal. Everybody wants quality offensive linemen, and as we talked to Pat Stewart later, that comes with a price, right? So I think offensive line is one of those positions that you always have to continue to develop through the high school ranks. And we're around these guys all the time. And is there a more tight-knit, close unit than the offensive line? So bringing multiple in at once, get acclimated early to being around one another, because that's how it's going to be when you get here.
And when these offensive line recruits come to campus, they take note of that.
Oh, yeah.
And that's really important to these guys. I mean, you'll hear that messaging throughout when you hear from these guys, the way that they are so close-knit and they move together as a group. They look alike, they dress alike, they move together.
I mean, remember watching those guys get on the bus at the bowl game? And I mean, those early morning practices, it's 4:45, right? They just move as one. They warm up as one. It's a good chemistry unit.
Well, you're in for a treat, because again, another guy that's just an absolute joy. I had a chance to chat with Claude. We welcome in another one of the newest members to the Husker pipeline, Claude Puma, out of Chicago, Illinois, and Mount Carmel High School. Claude, thank you so much for being here with us. Congratulations. How does it feel to
Thank you so much for having me.
Well, how does it feel to officially be a Husker?
It's great. I mean, none of us I can say it's the best feeling ever.
Awesome. Well, you've got a big game coming up tonight, a state title game. So this is a massive day for you. You got signing day and you're playing for a state title. How about that?
Only Huskers do that.
I love it. Well, listen, you have what a fascinating story. Just started playing football a couple years ago, but you exploded onto the scene, had so many offers from some big-time programs. Why Nebraska? Why'd you pick Nebraska?
I chose Nebraska because of the family vibe I was getting from the program. I love all the coaches down there. I've been in Nebraska for, I think, 4 to 5 visits, and every time I went back down there, it was always the same thing. Welcoming, nothing ever changed. The vibe was the same. All the coaches, all the players, and we got that family feeling down there, so we don't want that.
I love it. I love it. Great perspective. Well, for Husker fans that might not be familiar with your story, you just started playing football. You played basketball and soccer, but tell us about your transition to football, why you wanted to start playing football.
Oh, so
Another one of the newest members to the Husker pipeline, Claude. Love it. Great perspective. Well, for Husker fans that might not be familiar with your story, you just started playing football. You played basketball and soccer, but tell us about your transition to football, why you wanted to start playing football.
Oh, so my when I started my high school career, I was a basketball player. So after my sophomore year, going to my junior year, I mean, basketball was good, but it wasn't like I was thinking about like it was supposed to be. Like I wasn't getting the looks, I wasn't getting nothing. So I was like, uh, I can try something new. So I decided to play football and try football over the summer. So I went for a couple practice. I loved it. I actually enjoyed the sport. Then I just went back after that every day I practiced, and then now I'm here.
I love it. So, what'd you love about being on the football field?
Oh, what I love about being on the football, it's the fact that I get to hurt people without getting in trouble.
That's awesome. Hey, did you find that, maybe some of the footwork and playing the other sports helped you transition to football?
I feel like me being a soccer player and also a basketball player was a lot for me because it actually helped me with my footwork. You need a footwork to be a left tackle or a tackle in general. So I feel like I had a great footwork going into my football career, and it just translated.
What was it like? I guess you just start playing football, and then all of a sudden you're blowing up. You're a top recruit in the country. What was that like?
It was incredible. Like it was fun, you know. Started playing the sport and then boom out of nowhere just become a superstar, getting offers. It was pretty fun, but it was also like what did I do? Like I was surprised.
So growing up, when you were 5, 6 years old, if someone would have told you you'd be playing Division I college football, what would you have said?
I would tell them they lying. Straight up. I would have tell them I don't believe what they're saying right now.
But you would have believed if they would have told you you'd be playing basketball, right?
I would have definitely believed that.
Yeah. So you speak 5 languages, is that correct?
Yes, I'm fluent in a couple of them, and then the 2 others I'm learning it. I'm still learning.
Okay, so can you give us a Go Big Red in French?
Oh, okay. Allez Grand Rouge.
Awesome. All right, how about Bassa?
Bassa. Get Big Red.
All right. You know Mandarin?
A little bit, but I don't think I can give you a Go Big Red in Mandarin yet.
What about Spanish?
I think I can. I think it's gonna be Grando. No, Vamos Grando Rojo, something like that.
Okay, why did you want to learn so many languages?
I don't know. I was just so Mandarin. The school I went to, the public school I went to back home, we had to choose a language between Mandarin and I think it was Spanish at the time, and I chose Mandarin because it was fun. I mean, nobody else was trying to take it, so I was like, let me be the only one trying. And then Spanish, I had to take Spanish over here, so man, it's fun. It's fun though. Learning new languages it's just learning about other people's culture.
Do you ever find yourself talking the wrong language in the wrong situation?
Yes, I did it multiple times where somebody will ask me a question in English and I would start responding in French. Or I would be talking with my family back home in French, then out of nowhere English would just pop up in my head.
Oh, that's great. What does your family think about you being a Nebraska Cornhusker?
They're all up for it. They all support me in my decision, and that's it.
What did you like about Coach Raiola when you got to meet him and get to know him?
Oh, he's a great person, and he's so funny. I remember every time I went down there, he always has some jokes to say.
All right, so you're coming early. What's your approach to coming here as a true freshman? You're going to be here for some bowl practices. What are you looking to do right when you get on campus to be able to come right in and fit in?
Get some work. That's it. Just work. Just work. That's it.
That's awesome. Well, Husker fans are going to love you. I've got some fun questions here to close this out, get to know you a little bit more, okay? What's your favorite Thanksgiving dish?
Ooh, favorite Thanksgiving dish.
Side dish, sorry,
I
side
love,
dish.
I love me some good mac and cheese.
Okay. What's your favorite ice cream flavor?
It's gonna be basic, but it's vanilla.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that. Who was your favorite athlete growing up?
My favorite athlete growing up was Joel Embiid. We're from the same city.
I like it. That's a good one. Favorite TV show or movie that you can watch on repeat?
Fast and Furious, all of them.
All of them. Do you have a favorite one,
All
though?
of them. I'll probably say The Six.
Okay. Who's your biggest football mentor?
Biggest football mentor. Ooh, that's a good one. I'd say my coaches and a couple of my uncles. They've been on me since I started playing.
What role have they played? Did they just...
The biggest.
Yeah?
I'm talking about checking on me before and after every game, making sure practice was right. And I think after I get off the phone with you, we got to hop on a group call song.
Awesome. Well, shout out to your uncles.
Yeah, shout out to them.
What's the best Gatorade flavor?
Best Gatorade for fruit punch.
Okay. When you were growing up and, you know, when you were a little kid and people said, what do you want to be when you grow up? What was your answer to that?
What was that? At some point, I was trying to be a police officer. I don't know why.
Okay, I like it. And
then it changed to a basketball player. And now it's different.
Yeah. That's cool, though. All right, and so what sport would you be playing if it wasn't football? Is it basketball or is it soccer?
If it wasn't for either basketball or soccer.
You can't pick one?
Nah, I just love both of them.
You love both of them. Well, what else do Husker fans need to know about you?
Oh, I mean, we're going to have a lot of fun when I get there. We bring back the program. Husker Nation will be back. That's one thing I can tell you.
You're going to be a fan favorite. There's no doubt in my mind. One more time, can you give us a Go Big Red in French?
Allez Grand Rouge.
Great stuff. Great chatting with you. Congratulations, and we'll look forward to seeing you here in a couple weeks.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me up here.
I told you guys you were in for a treat again. Claude Puma adding to the pipeline here. You remember how he said it in French, DB?
Allez Rouge.
I think you missed a word there.
I don't know, something like that.
All right, well, this is the Supreme 26 Nebraska Football Signing Day show presented by M Girls and Blaze and Girl Works with David Benning. I'm Jessica Cootie, and now joined by the General Manager, Pat Stewart. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Well, we're introducing the newest Huskers here. What do you think on the class? What are your thoughts on this class?
Really excited to have all of them here. It's one of those things, I think, when you're building out a roster, on top of finding talented players, we want to find guys who are, have the traits and are intangibly rich, so to say, where they, have the things that we look for in players: tough, smart, competitive, and talented. At the end of the day, it's about having good players, but they need to fit the culture of the program as well. So those are things we're excited to have.
How interesting or tough or cool or whatever the adjective is that it's been getting acclimated to kind of what the culture is versus what you want to add in terms of why you're here in the first place.
Yeah, I think there's not a lot of differences between how Coach Rule and I both see building a team, right? Like we kind of identify the same traits that we're looking for. Like I said, tough, smart, and competitive. Like those are just non-negotiables. And just finding the guys who, if there's a Venn diagram, kind of fill in that shaded spot between talented and wired the right way. Like just find the guys that are there in the middle. And there's a lot of talented players. There's a lot of good players. And just trying to find the right mix of them.
In terms of high school recruiting, this class a little bit smaller than what we're used to seeing. Is it going to be something that maybe fluctuates every year in terms of what the number looks like for each signing class each year?
Yeah, I think so. I think I think historically you might hear people talk about, well, we want to take 3 running backs this class or 4 offensive linemen. I think you just try to find the best players possible and fit them how you can. And with the different avenues, you can fill out a roster now between the transfer portal and traditional recruiting. there's different ways to build it. And so we're a really young football team. There's not a lot of open spots because of that. We don't have as much attrition to fill in a class that's very big behind it. So, it's just a numbers game at that point.
So I'm always curious, and I think the fans are, and as college football evolves, everybody kind of had to wait on the House committee and seeing what was going to happen with rev share. How did you know, or how quickly did you allocate resources specifically for how this was going to go, since you didn't really get a pause where you could figure it out, right? You had to do it on the fly.
When I found out was probably when your phone beeped with an alert from Peter Thamel or somebody, when they told you, that's when we found out. So it's there was no ramp up time to figure it out. You just got to figure it out. And I kind of go back to when I did my first media conference here and people were asking me about the experience level. No, I haven't worked in college football, but college football has changed a lot in the last year, 2 years, 5 years. The experience, I don't think really affects it that much because everybody's getting adjusted to new ways of doing things.
So what were some of the things you learned here in your first season at Nebraska, being on the sideline, watching up close and personal, maybe how you want to identify what the roster needs?
Yeah, I think the first thing I noticed was how loud Memorial Stadium gets. Secondly, I think the difference in the NFL and here is in the NFL, when you have needs, you can fill them immediately. Right, you go get somebody off the street and bring them in, and they play that weekend. Here, you deal with what you have, and you make the best of it. And I think our guys competed really hard. I think they played tough. I think one of those things we just need to get more depth in certain areas, and we'll look to address those how we can.
If you had a magic pill or some potion, and you could nail the eval when you're looking at somebody you want to be a part of the program, what would that characteristic be?
Wow, that's a good question. I think one of the things we try to have is a really collaborative process where we kind of, break down the silos between coaching and personnel, right? So there's got to be a level of talent with the player, but also just how they respond in pressure situations, because a lot of our games this year were decided in the fourth quarter, right? So when we get into those moments, can we find the guys that are going to perform when those moments count? And Coach always talked about winning the winning moments. Those are the guys that we're looking for. If you're going to nail an eval, you'll find guys with that trait.
The competitive result.
Yeah.
What's your favorite part of all of that then? When you talk about from the start, when you first maybe identify a guy, and then diving into the film, and then seeing how it comes to fruition, what's the best part?
Yeah, I think it's all of it, to be honest with you. It's identifying the player first, what are they going to do for our team? It's identifying the vision, the role for that player. And then hearing about them as people as well, right? Because at the end of the day, these aren't stocks and we're not building a portfolio. These are people on a team and they need to mesh and, carry out the same mission together. So there needs to be that cohesiveness within the unit to, build something special. So I think getting to know the player is one thing, getting to know the person's another. And if we find people that are wired both ways, we're going to be in a good situation.
As the sports evolved and the sport has changed, do you think the game has changed incrementally? I guess, do you still think that it boils down to blocking, tackling, and running? Or are all of a sudden there are these new variables now that you think can help you navigate college football?
No, I think at the end of the day it's blocking, finishing blocks, and defeating blocks if you're on defense, and then tackling when you get to the ball, right? It's whoever makes the most plays is going to win. So there's a lot more data points now that we have. There's different metrics you can look at, PFF, grades, those sort of things. But at the end of the day, it's football. And all the time people ask me oh, it must be tough watching high school film after watching the NFL film. No, when I put the tape on and we're evaluating a guy, they better dominate their level of competition if they're going to compete in the Big Ten, right? So I think it's one of those things where we're always looking for that edge, finding who are those players that can help us build a winning culture here.
We've heard Coach Rule talk about this recently, but in terms of, now you move into the transfer portal, but also being able to bring in some of the top talent at the high school level, how do you feel about where Nebraska is positioned to be able to be in those conversations with some of the top guys?
We get great feedback from the top players that come in here. You know, Keith and Avery, Logan, T. Rich, Devin, Kyle, Anthony, they do a lot of work. Matthew Pierce, Des Towney, they do a lot of work upstairs getting the best players here. And when they're here, hosting them and making them feel comfortable. So I think it's one of those things like we just need to get people to see Nebraska. And once we get them on campus, the response is pretty overwhelming. So I think we'll be situated and positioned pretty well to compete with anybody for the best players in the country.
This has been interesting for me to watch, playing and then covering this for so long. From the outside looking in, it seems to be a very cohesive unit in terms of a vision, whether it's the athletic director, the athletic department, the head coach, now yourself as a general manager. How important was it to find something for you where there was, it's not necessarily groupthink, but there's definitely a desired outcome that's shared by the branches?
Yeah, it was vital. Like I would not have taken a position in college football if it wasn't with Matt, and then now finding out how good Troy and Haven are and Dr. Elza and their support of our program, like I think that's vital to have that situation as a general manager when all you really have to do is go find players from that point because you know everything else is going to be taken care of.
How have you gone about that, about just figuring out what is needed in your role here? And it's changed, and you know, everything is, there's new news, it seems like all the time. So how have you gone about staying on top of that and just knowing what is needed the most in your role?
Like I said, Twitter, like it's that's where you find out the information about the rule changes. Like we don't get a lot of lead up time for what's going to be coming down the pike. So, you know, you just have to try to stay on top of it as best you can and kind of think, well, this might happen, or if we're doing something a certain way, if that option gets taken off the table, how do we pivot to however we take care of that the next way? It's a balancing act, and it's frustrating at times, but it's also exciting because you're building something new and doing something for the first time that, you know, not many other people have done. You know, these positions are so new that there's not a manual for it.
Right.
And there's not, you know, an established process for how to go about doing it. So it's trying to find the things we've done in the past and implement them here and try to see what works and what doesn't.
Along those lines, it's got to take a tremendous amount of discipline, right? Or at least communication with checks and balances, because it seems like it would be easy to chase cars, right? Or this player is available, right, or sure, this is the new rage, or we think this is going to happen on the open market. Yet there's a process and a policy that you'd like to adhere to, but you did say it was fluid.
It's very fluid.
What's the...
Yeah, it's, like you said, it's pretty, not easy, it isn't the word I would use, but, you know, finding the good players, they show themselves, right? And then it's going down and getting them committed and coming to agreements on how things are structured. It's something you do have to like just constantly maybe reevaluate how you're doing business when you see how the market's moving at other places. Because like the biggest thing I think that's an issue is just transparency amongst, you know, the NCAA of what we see other teams do or what we hear other teams do. Like, how do we operate in that system? You know, it's
not necessarily circumvent, but you'll play any game as long as you know the rules.
Exactly. Do business as it's being done.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as we enter a new transfer portal season, it opens in January. What's your approach and plan as you tackle that for the first time here?
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where we've had a group of remote scouts that work in the transfer portal year round. So they're constantly evaluating and kind of trimming the fat of what's out there. So when guys do hit the portal, we're ready to pivot as fast as we can. It's kind of a hurry up and wait type approach where you can try to get ahead as much as possible so that I compare it all the time to cut down day in the NFL. You know, in the NFL, there's 90 guys on a roster throughout the preseason. Then the last day, they cut them down to 53. And then all those guys are on the market after that, and you have to pivot if you see anybody. The only way to do that is to work on the preseason the whole way through. And so like that's something we're trying to do here, bring that kind of type of a process to things.
That's fascinating. I think with the resources that are committed, your experience, you know, listen, an off-ball linebacker may be worth this much, a D lineman may be worth this much, a safety, whatever. But there's always those deals that happen during the course of a season, you're like, oh man, this is going to reset the market, right? I mean, a bad safety deal resets the safety market potentially. How do you see that happening, or could you see that happening in college football where you have values, but guys reset the market and it's not what you necessarily would believe in?
Sure, it's what I was saying earlier about transparency. Like, if you would know what that market is, that would be a really good approach to take, but you don't know what the highest paid left tackle in the country makes. You hear it from people, but like you don't know. So it's different in the NFL where we can say, okay, we're going to make this guy the highest paid player at that position in the league, and then next year that gets topped. In college football, if you make somebody the highest paid player in the country, the next season that gets topped, that player's coming back and wants that again. Like, there's no real structure to that process.
Have you found, in terms of just the numbers and how many guys you want at each position group, translates a little bit from what you did in the NFL to what is needed in college?
Yeah, you can always scale it, right? If we operated in the NFL with 5 linebackers on a 53-man roster, if you have 105, you double it. So I think we kind of take that approach, but at the same time, you also just want the best players available and then figure out how everything else mixes around it. So if you're heavy at one spot, you're going to be lighter at another, and it's just a constant balancing act of that number.
I don't know if unique is the right word, but Nebraska's different in terms of what it wants from its athletic programs as it relates to the pulse of the state, right? Hardworking, ag, pretty blue collar. What's the process been like as you get acclimated to kind of the pulse of the state versus what you think the demands are for the program? Are they in a line?
I think it's great. Like, if you don't have high standards, then you're going to fall short of everything, right? So if you have high standards, you're going to keep aspiring to be greater. I think what we want to find is the players that kind of fit within that ecosystem of the standards are high, competition's high, but their expectations of themselves are very high. So when you get all that mixed together, like, you're going to develop a better football team that way. So if the standards are too high, like, I think we probably are in the wrong business, because the standards should be high. And I think we, 7-5 this year. We're not incredibly thrilled with that, but we're going to try to get better, and we're happy with the progress we've made so far.
You obviously were familiar with Coach Rule coming in. Was there anything you've learned about him over the last few months that you didn't know?
He eats a lot healthier than he used to. I wish I could learn some of that, but Coach Rule has been the same guy since we were at Western Carolina together. He's process driven. He's like, the stuff that he talks about, like, it's not coach speak, it's his life. And like, that to me has like carried over to the team. There's a lot of buy-in. So we're just excited to add more players to that. And I'll be honest, like, it's not a real easy program. Like, when I was an area scout in the NFL and you'd go around and see these other colleges, like, sometimes you'd come back and be like, man, they don't work very hard there. This program, people work. So it's something guys have to know signing up for it. And we think we found the right guys.
That is so cool. It's cool to hear, because we talk all the time. He's fiscally savvy. He's really competitive. He's extremely bright. And by him, I mean Coach Rule. So it's like, in my opinion, that would be somebody you want leading your program. Sure. And people look at, the record and they're like, he's not the guy. And I'm thinking, in my head, when you want characteristics of leaders in fluid, tough times, he embodies a lot of those attributes. Do we need to be patient with the stabilization till we get the results?
Yeah, like, it probably goes back to the standards and expectations question, right? Like, we want people to be impatient. We want people to have high standards and put pressure on us, because that means we need to be going in a different direction, or a better direction. Not a different direction. We think we're headed in the right direction. But we think that with Coach Rule's leadership, that permeates throughout the program. And guys are all speaking the same language. And guys know what we're working towards. And sometimes the score and the result isn't what we want, but the process has to continue in the right direction.
And in terms of the NFL, obviously a lot of these guys, it's their dream. I've talked to a lot of them, and they talk about their dream is to get to the NFL. And I was talking with Coach Foley recently, and there's been a lot of scouts that have come in, I think, and there's a lot of belief in what's being done here that it translates, right,
Sure.
to the next level.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said earlier, like when you go around the different programs as a scout, you kind of see what the makeup is, and you kind of see what the standards are and expectations of that player. And that's really important to put into your binder of information to take back to your bosses, like, hey, this guy comes from this program, they do things the right way. And when you're making decisions, you don't want a lot of guys in your program that have distractions, right? Like, and that's something we look for here. Like, we don't want guys with a lot of drama and baggage and things with them. So when we know guys come out of programs like this in the NFL, we know they're ready-made. And so I think that's something that we really want to instill in our players, just knowing, like, this isn't also just going to help us win. It's going to help you prepare you for the future and get you to your goal.
Remember, one of the things that Coach Rule talked about in his initial Big Ten media press conference, he talked about working harder and smarter, and over time, those staffs will ultimately be rewarded. When you're looking at what you've seen in the Big Ten and what you thought or how you want to allocate resources, position groups or whatever, has that changed, or is it about what you've thought? Because everybody's going to probably want the same thing.
Sure, yeah.
Is there a way to work harder and smarter? You're trying to work within those dynamics?
Yeah, I think probably like getting a year under my belt within the Big Ten. Like, I've always been familiar with the Big Ten. I grew up in Ohio. Like, I love the Big Ten. And you kind of know, like, what that's based on, right? It's cold weather, it's tough conditions, running the football, stopping the run. Like, those are the way you need to build your team. Like, regardless of how college football has evolved into more of a passing spread attack, like, at the end of the day, when it's snowy and the field's slippery, you have to run the ball, right? So being able to know that we need to build up the depth at those positions is probably important for us to know going forward. As far as allocating resources, it's a little bit different in college than the NFL, just because there's a little bit more, like, there's more guys on the roster, right? So there's less guys available to fill needs, and you can get dominant play out of different positions in college that impact the game different than the NFL.
You like numbers? I feel like you kind of got to be a numbers guy.
I'm forced to know numbers. Excel does a lot of work for me.
You can do player evals
Excel
and
does a lot of work
still
for me.
do math. Some of us can't do either, but most can only do one or the
Sometimes I
other.
do long division on my paper.
So people in the chat want to know if you slept, or are you sleeping?
I sleep fine. Yeah, I sleep fine.
You're getting plenty of rest right now?
Yeah. We're good.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's a stressful time for everybody, so it's not like I'm dealing with anything different than anybody else is. So
Might be one of those ducks, right? You look like a 105/70 guy, but are you paddling like just very? That's the way you come across.
Coach Rule will probably say otherwise because I come into his office in a panic sometimes, but it's like I said, everybody's dealing with the same uncertainty and same conditions, so it's just trying to meet the moment and do what we can.
I'll close with this. Just obviously, we're talking about the future with this class coming in and potentially with the transfer portal coming up. How excited are you about where this program is headed and the future of what's being done here in Lincoln?
Very excited. Just with this class today, and we didn't really talk about it much, but really happy for those guys and their families. Because this is a special day. It's like the draft in the NFL is kind of like the culmination of all that hard work in college. Now it's all that hard work you did in high school got you to here. Now you start over and you earn what you get from this moment. Last night I was talking to Jace Reynolds' dad, Scott, and he had some questions. And so as I was talking to him, I was driving to my 6-year-old son's basketball practice.
That's cool.
And I was like, that's probably not too far from him, right? So that was a cool moment to share with him. So
it's awesome.
See?
So we're excited to go and develop this team and build depth and find what we can do next year.
Awesome.
I'm team authentic.
Yeah.
You're going to be just fine.
Yeah, we're good.
I can respect that.
I think at the end of the day, if we're honest with people and let them know where they stand and let them know the opportunity that's in front of them, I think this is a good situation for people. So
fantastic stuff.
That.
Thank you so much for your time.
Absolutely.
And General Manager Pat Stewart here with us on our Nebraska Football Signing Day show. We got to step aside. We'll be right back and talk more of this signing class here, Supreme 26 signing class. Keep it here. We are back live here on our Supreme 26 Nebraska Football Signing Day show presented by M Grills and Blazin' Grill Works. He's Damon Benning. I'm Jessica Cooney. Wow, great stuff with Pat Stewart. He's awesome.
Yeah, you know how I get, so that might be my new best friend. We adopt coaches every year. I think I've moved off of Dvorak. I may take Coach Stewart.
Don't tell Coach Dvorak there. He's just right outside the room.
I know.
You know, I think you saw there in his final answer.
He almost got passed up by Coach Simpson.
Well, you are like, you don't stay loyal to your guys. You
that
move
hurts
along.
my feelings.
But I think you saw in that last answer how much it means to him.
Yeah.
And I think that's a common theme when you get to really know the staff here, and not just the coaching staff, the assistant coaches, but Susan Elza, Kristen Coggin, Corey Campbell, the support staff here. They very much are invested, and it means a great deal to them, not just to win football games, but to invest in the players that come here.
And when somebody that comes from the places that Pat Stewart has been, and he talks about Coach Rule's work ethic, that speaks volumes.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I tell people that it's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard.
All right, well, we've got a few more Huskers to introduce you to. Let's get back to it and talk about the tight end out of Orange County, California, Luke Sorenson, 6'3", 240. And again, someone that's new to playing tight end, but was also highly recruited, had a lot of Division I offers, but came here on a visit, and he is very, very locked in and excited to be a Husker.
Yeah, he's really talented. And it's good to see Servite in that California area back on the map. Derek Brown, a guy that helped recruit me when he was here playing, was a Servite guy out of La Habra. And just an athletic guy where he could be an inline guy, he can flex out and be a hybrid type. He's a good natural pass catcher. And I really like the fact that he can catch in traffic, right? Because at this position with his size where he's gonna grow, sometimes you're not always gonna get the separation you want when you scheme guys open. But Sorenson is a guy that uses his body really, really well.
Started out on the offensive line and again was a baseball player and then picked up football late, but his high school coach had talked about how a lot of times when guys are playing tight end, it's natural for them to be pass catchers, and then they have to learn how to block. It was the opposite with Luke. He came in and was very good at the blocking part of it and has really developed as a pass catcher.
Yeah, which is music to my ears. One of the things that we talked about it was just a year ago with Coach Olgerson when he sat here with Coach Raiola and Coach Satterfield. He talked about how when he got here, how they worked as one, the tight ends and the offensive line, where he said that's not always the case. When you get a guy that used to play tackle, and now he's a tight end, he understands how plays like duo and those double teams work. And listen, I'm all for it. It's a big boy league, and you have to do big boy things. So if you like to get after it on the perimeter, I'm all for it.
So again, one of the top tight ends in this class this year, and also out of California. You look at this map, and again, it's reaching across from coast to coast, getting some of the top talent, but he was at the game against UCLA in the Rose Bowl, and I got to tell a funny story. I'm on the sideline, and the tight ends are there, and they're looking up, they're pointing up to the stands, and there's a group of guys waving their shirts around shirtless. Luke was one of those guys up there as a fan up there in the stands.
That's fantastic. Fantastic as we take a look at the geographical map. They do touch both coasts, and I would actually put a little graphic up there in the Pennsylvania area too, because we were threatened. We better understand where Odum his roots are, which are up there in the PA
he wanted me to
area.
make sure, and he's from Pennsylvania.
But back to Sorenson, I think that's cool, because if there's a reoccurring theme, these guys they seem, at least right now, to love Nebraska, like be all in on what Nebraska is, and God, that's got to be half of it, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I think with every class you get that. Obviously, it's why they sign here, but it just feels different with this class. I mean, it's smaller, but we're talking to them, and they are just very, very passionate and believe very much that they're going to be a part of getting this team to compete for championships.
Do you think that's because it's so intentional. It was so intentional about who they targeted.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and you could tell also the way that they're recruiting each other and recruiting the classes that are following them too.
Good point.
So, all right, well, let's learn more about the tight end. Here's Kyle with Coach Satterfield.
All right, Jess, and welcome in. We have the opportunity to talk to Marcus Satterfield, coaches the tight ends here with the Huskers. And one big commitment as part of this class, and Luke Sorenson coming from the West Coast and Anaheim, California. Can you tell me a little bit about Luke and the importance of having him as a Husker?
This was a huge get for us, and it was a great cycle of recruiting. We found him in January. Coach took Coach to the high school to see him and visit with him and his father. They came on a spring visit, and then they came on an official visit in the summer. But to get a quality tight end like this is going to be great for our program. He embodies everything that we are. He's physical, he's tough, he's hardworking, he loves football, like he's obsessed with playing football. And he's 100% in, every single day at practice, every single game. He's 100% in on being a Husker. It's exciting to get him here.
Yeah, and when the Huskers were out at UCLA in the Rose Bowl, I heard he was there. He had his shirt off, was waving his shirt around. So he's all in to being a Husker. He had 500-plus receiving yards in his prep career, senior year, 25 catches, over 300 yards, 3 touchdowns. And you look at his size. He started out as an offensive lineman, I read, and now he's a tight end. But he's got some good hands and the ability to make catches.
Yeah, you play in tight end, you've got to do, you have to run block, you have to pass protect, you have to run routes and catch the football. He's got all those traits. He's long, plays with length, great ball skills, really, very good route runner, understands like space and timing and where he needs to be. He's, again, a football junkie. He's physical, as you'll see on the tape. Like, he tries to maul people every single play. And, he's got all the different traits that's needed to be successful at this position.
And, the importance of recruiting out west in California and the Anaheim area. There's so much talent out there. Just, how much does it mean for you guys to get somebody out of that state and go out there and recruit?
Well, especially that league,
Sure.
And TJ Latisse from around that area as well. So to get quality players, that league produces, high quality football players coming from really high academic institutions as well. So you're getting smart, athletic kids with great families, and usually that leads to high success rates.
And you have a really good tight end room as it is right now. How does he fit in with the guys that you're going to get back next year?
On his official visit, him and Carter went fishing and caught like 45 fish, and him and Carter have been close ever since the visit. We've got him in the group chat since the start of the season, so he's been in every conversation we've had. He's already in the room, basically. We're excited to get him here in a couple of days to start bowl practice.
And as a tight end, it's one thing to be a pass catcher, take a look at some of the highlights here, but how does he look as a blocker? Because in this offense, you need your tight ends to be able to block.
Yeah, and you'll see him like a lot of tight ends in high school. You don't see him in line meaning that he puts his hand down in a three-point stance. He's part of the the line of scrimmage. He's able to move defenders, and these are defenders that are going to play in the SEC and Big Ten that he's blocking. But just his mindset, his toughness of how he plays the game is exactly what Coach Rule and us coaches want.
Yeah, it fits in perfectly, doesn't he, with the rest of this group? Well, Coach, we really appreciate it. Obviously, this is a great get for you guys, and growing to what already is a really solid tight end room, and he'll be a great addition. So we appreciate the time. Congratulations on getting Luke here as a Husker.
No doubt. Thank you.
We'll send it back to you, Jess.
Well, we welcome in the tight end of the Supreme 26 Nebraska football signing class, Luke Sorenson out of Anaheim, California, and Servite High School. Luke, thank you so much for being here with us. Congratulations. How does it feel to officially be a Husker?
Yeah, of course. Thank you guys for having me. It feels, there's no better feeling than being a Husker now. I'm excited to be a part of such a good class and a good team. I've seen the culture at Nebraska. I've seen how they play, and I just can't wait to be a part of that and embrace it all.
What was it about Nebraska that you knew that this was where you wanted to play your college football career?
I would definitely have to say the people. That's kind of what made it for me. The coaches, the support staff, everyone around there was just, one of the best for me, and that's what really made the difference. So I would definitely have to say the people in that.
What about Marcus Satterfield? What was it like getting to know him, and what did you like about building that relationship with him?
Oh man, he's my guy, man. I love him. He's always been like a very big supporter of me. He's always loved me as a player and as a person. And so like throughout this process, he's kind of been like that one guy who's always like won't stop texting, won't stop calling. And so we've grown a really strong relationship, which I'm happy to have.
So you're still pretty new to the tight end position, right? You were playing offense on the offensive line when you first started playing high school football. What is it about the tight end position that you feel like it fits you and you like about the spot?
Yeah, so I mean, it definitely was something new. I didn't play football until I got to Servite, so I'm only about 3 years into my process of learning the game. But Servite, they did a great job of developing me into a great offensive lineman. But then, sophomore year, they're like, hey, we're gonna try you out tight end. You seem to have like the frame for it and the blocking ability. So sophomore year after that, junior year, worked that off season, and then kind of just tried it out. And it was awesome because a lot of the time, when you're blocking, you don't get the quote unquote like the recognition or the all the glory, but it's really a selfless job. And playing tight end allowed me to like, hey, like now I can catch the ball. It's just fun to play. I kind of get to do everything, which is awesome.
So I read an article that your high school coaches said a lot of times with guys that you put in the tight end spot, they can catch, but they have to learn how to block. And you were kind of the opposite. Can you tell us about that? What was it about, just that part of it that you excelled at and you liked really from the start?
Yeah, I think a lot of that had to do with how I was brought up. I was always playing different sports as a kid, but besides football, but I was always around athletics. I was always working out or getting stronger. And I think that kind of helped me like build a tough mentality because a lot of blocking is the mental aspect of it. And I think that learning how to get my nose dirty and get my hands dirty and just go to work. I think that's a big part of blocking. And so freshman, sophomore year, and I was just an offensive lineman. I learned that hey, like it's a tough job, it's a selfless job, but someone's got to do it. So it's got to be you. And I think that's the hardest part to teach is honestly the blocking because there's so much besides the mentality that goes into it. People don't realize the technique and the all the trigger points and everything. So I'm glad that I was brought up as a block first tight end because the routes you can always teach later, but blocking is a huge part of the game that's overlooked now, I feel like.
That's great. So then we've also seen some really impressive catches that you've been able to haul in over the course of the last few years. You were a baseball player. Do you attribute maybe some of that, your pass catching ability to being a baseball player?
Yeah, I mean, definitely there was some instinct there. It was hard though. Like catching the ball to me was not natural at all when I first started. So baseball had like helped me. Like I could track it well. Just getting it in the hands was a little tough for me. So that off season and this off season, I really focused on like, hey, like the nuances of football, catching the ball, tucking it. All the little stuff that people overlook sometimes. Like, hey, like these are actually really important. And so that's what I probably say is how I went about that.
So you did grow up. You originally wanted to be a baseball player, right?
Yeah, that was my like my main focus was I didn't pick football up, but I played competitive baseball for 15 years of my life before going to football. So it was like this that was my dream. That's what I wanted to do. And then after my freshman season, I was like, you know what? I don't like baseball anymore, and I really liked football. Because football like brought a new aspect to me, like that more like aggressive side out, where I kind of hit kids and use my physicality and my size. In baseball, it's kind of hard to do that, and so I just think that I was like, hey, it's a good opportunity for me to try something new out, and then I rolled with it, quit baseball, and I never looked back.
Oh, that's cool. That's awesome. So you were at the Rose Bowl when Nebraska played UCLA. What was that like, seeing a Husker Nation take over the Rose Bowl?
I mean, all I saw was a sea of red. So, because I was out there, I had to park in the UCLA parking side, and I just looked over and I saw about 4,000 Husker fans hours before the game time, just swarming it, and I was like, "This is awesome! Like this is go big red," So, I went with a couple of my buddies out there, so we had a really good time. We were taking our shirts off, waving our shirts around, and it was a fun experience.
So that was you that the tight ends were waving at.
Yeah, that was me.
So I'm on the sideline, and I saw them pointing and up to some guys that were waving their shirts around. That was you up there.
Yeah, before the game, I was yelling at Coach Rule and then the nutritionist, Miss Kristen Coggins, who I'm very close with, and all the guys. So I was just with them, saying what's up. And then during the game, they had looked up to me, so I was like, I gotta say what's up to my guys. They've been a really good part of my experience at Nebraska. So.
I was going to say that tight end room's pretty fun. Carter Nelson, Heinrich, Luke. What do you like about that group, and how do you feel like you'll fit in with some of those guys?
I mean, I think that it's just a bunch of me's in that group, honestly, which I love. I think they're all guys that love football. They just love being dudes, and so they're very taking me under the wing, which I appreciate. They've been a big part of my development and why I want to go to Nebraska. So, yeah, they're definitely guys I love being around.
So a 4.3 GPA?
Yeah,
That's impressive. How important are the academics to you?
they're really, both my parents are teachers, and so I'm a little bit of a nerd. I'm big into school, so I've always had a big academic side to me. I love to read and do very like cerebral things. And my parents are both teachers, so they're like, hey, like they didn't mess around with the school stuff. So ever since I was a kid, they instilled good academic values in me, which is important now because I think that I can apply that to football. Whether it's memorizing plays or understanding how to do some stuff. It's always been a big part.
Did they ever teach you? Were you ever in their classrooms?
Yeah, so my mom was my 8th grade science teacher.
Wow, that's awesome. My parents are both teachers and educators as well, so that's awesome. What's your favorite subject?
I'd have to say math. I'm a big math guy. I'm gonna major in finance, minor in econ. So anything with numbers and moving stuff around, I like.
Wow, that's really cool. So when we were trying to schedule this interview, a lot of it was you're working out. It's around your workout schedule, and we've seen a viral video of you were deadlifting 630 pounds 5 times. How much do you like being in the weight room?
I'm a big weight room junkie. I've always been that kind of hard worker that just grind it out. And because I was a taller kid, but I was skinnier, and I was really skinny, and I was tired of being skinny, getting thrown around. So I was like, you know what, I'm going to change the narrative. And so for the last 3-ish years, I've just been grinding out in the weight room, and that's been a big part of my life because it's taught me a lot of stuff. And our head coach, our strength coach at Servite, he was a Marine, and so he doesn't mess around at all. And he did such a good job of developing me and teaching me how to lift hard and all that stuff. So the weight room is a big part because I always feel like whether it's a rough day or whatever it is, I can just go out there and take it out.
So what'd you think of this weight room here in Lincoln?
Oh, that was amazing. I'd never seen a weight room so energetic and just people moving weight and guys yelling and getting hyped up. It was awesome. And then they can go from being at 100% to 0% where they're doing the stretching and they're all calmed down and they're all taking it they can really flip a switch, which I think is important because it's just on the field.
So how excited then are you to get in here and work with Corey Campbell? Because, his workouts, they're not for the faint of heart, from what I'm told.
Yeah, I know. I've been so I started doing his off-season workout plan. He read up for the mid-years. I did that the last 2 days, and let me tell you, I've never been more sore in my life. So I'm excited. I'm going to embrace it, though. I'm really excited for it.
You probably love that feeling, right?
I love that feeling where it's just it all sucks, but we're all sucking together. So it's everyone's out there just, fighting through it, which I love.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, what else do Husker fans need to know about you? What are they getting in Luke Sorenson?
You're going to get a playmaker for sure. I think that I'm going to go out there and surprise a lot of people with the plays that I can make and things that I can do from an early standpoint. I'm just ready to get out there and work, be a big part of the culture, be a big part of the weight room and on the field stuff. I'm just ready to be whatever Husker Nation needs me to be.
Oh, I love that. Very well said. All right, I'm going to close this out with some fun questions. You down?
All right, yeah, for sure.
Okay, who was your favorite athlete growing up?
Growing up, honestly, it was Shohei Ohtani, without a doubt, because I was a big baseball fan, and unfortunately I was an Angel fan. So seeing him when I was 10, 11 years old, I was like, oh, this guy's it.
Oh, cool. Who is your biggest football mentor?
Biggest mentor? I'd say a big mentor of mine, probably my sophomore, my O-line coaches, Coach Redmond and Coach Khalil, who are my sophomore, junior, and senior O-line coaches. They're a big part of who I got developed into today, and they still remain a big part of my life, which I appreciate.
All right, if not football, what sport? Is it baseball?
It'd be baseball or it'd be soccer. I'm a big soccer fan too.
Oh, cool.
I'm actually I was just watching the Chelsea-Barcelona game, which is going pretty good for Chelsea.
Oh, very cool. Best Gatorade flavor?
Best Gatorade? It depends. If I'm just hanging, it's got to be blue Gatorade. If I'm at night and I need something to cool me down, it's got to be blue Gatorade. But if it's to hydrate, it's red.
Favorite ice cream?
Ooh, that's a good one. Ice cream. I like salted caramel a lot. That's probably my favorite.
I like it.
Or I'll go to Cold Stone and I'll get the Blue Monster there. That one's really good.
What's the best Thanksgiving dish?
Ooh, that's gonna be. I can't eat on Thanksgiving this year because I get my wisdom teeth out the day before. But if I got to eat,
Why would you
definitely have
schedule
to get.
that?
Couldn't tell you, but unfortunately, just one of those unfortunate circumstances. But I'd probably say the mac and cheese or the stuffing. I like stuffing. Or the bread. I can go to town on the bread too. I can clear out some rolls.
Hey, make sure you do like the funny viral videos when people
I might have to.
come out of that. We'll make sure to stay tuned for that. All right, last thing, just when you're growing up, when people asked you, what do you want to be when you grow up? Remember when you got that question when you were really young? What was your answer to that?
When I was really young, I wanted to be in the military. So I wanted to be because my grandpa was a veteran, so I was kind of grew up around that. I thought he was the coolest guy in the world. So I was like, I want to go in the military or I'm gonna do something like that. But then, life looked a little bit different. I was like, I'm gonna try the sports thing out. And now, obviously, I want to be a professional football player.
Awesome. Well, great stuff. What a fun conversation. Thanks for spending time with us and congratulations. You're going to be here soon, right?
Yeah, I'll get there December, I think the 19th or the 18th. So I'll be out there ASAP.
How exciting is that you get to participate in some of the bowl preparations this year?
Honestly, I'm so excited for it. I mean, I was a little nervous at first because, a lot of people forget I'm still young. I just turned 17 years old. I won't be 18 for months, till like August, September. So it's like I'm going to be a young guy, but I'm excited just to go out there and experience what a game day, especially in the bowl game, like the big games that everyone wants to play in. Like I get to be a part of that, which is really cool.
Awesome. Great stuff. Congratulations again, and can't wait to see you here in Lincoln here in a couple weeks.
Perfect. Can't wait to see you guys too. Thank you so much.
Again, congratulations to Luke Sorenson, the tight end out of Orange County, California, part of the Supreme 26 signing class. We welcome in the head coach, Matt Rule. Coach, we were just joking about Luke. He talked about when he was at the Rose Bowl, he was up there in the stands with his shirt off, waving it around. He's pretty fired up to be a Husker.
Yeah, he is. Marcus Satterfield did a great job with him, but I'd say our tight ends did as well. Carter, Heinrich, Luke, Eric, they every time he came here, they made him part of the group, and I think that feeling, I think they attracted him here as much as anything else. And so he's already one of us. Can't wait to get him. Hopefully, we'll have him on the bowl trip and get him started.
I was talking with Pat Stewart and Jess about with a smaller class, you could be pretty intentional. It seems a little more intimate with this group. Like a lot of their interviews, they're talking about, the number of guys they met recruiting, the different type of guys, the versatility in the staff. Was that one of the benefits of a smaller class, was the intimacy?
Yeah, I think the first couple of years we got here, it was just sort of triage. It was like, hey, we needed numbers, and we like those players. And we think there's a bunch of guys on this roster that are gonna pop here and gonna have their best days ahead of them. And so we were able then to be selective. And go get guys that really fit us. We didn't have any major, hey, we have to get a bunch of these or have to get a bunch of those. And so I think we know these guys really well. I think that they fit what we're trying to build and also who they are. And so it's been a good experience.
Coast to coast, all across the country, got some of the top talent. Overall, did you get the needs that you needed to out of this group?
I think so. I think anytime you can go get, 3 big offensive linemen, there's certainly, you can certainly get offensive linemen in the portal, but the best teams are growing their guys from within. And so, we intend to do both, but we like those young men. We got the tight end. We think we have a great tight end room. We got a tight end that we really like. We got a tailback that to me fits the way we run around the football, downhill power football with explosive speed. A couple of great wideouts. Nayland gives us some size. Obviously, Larry is just one of the most competitive players I've seen. Just that hunger to make plays. I think he's going to be really a tremendous addition inside. And then getting a kicker. And bringing in a kid that Eck has a lot of experience with. That kicking here is a challenge. It's difficult, and so we wanted to continue to add. We love the room. John's done a great job. Tristan's done a great job. Kyle has been really consistent for us this year, but continuing to add a lot of talent into that. And then, on defense, Danny Odum, one of the premier players in the country. He and Addison have a great relationship. We had great corner play this year, and so just adding another guy that can go get that done. And then Jace Reynolds, local player, we offered the first minute we saw him at camp. Speed, explosive, and I think as our defense continues to transform a little bit, I think he's a guy that can play inside and outside. And so really love the group. I think it's going to be a group that can contribute in some ways immediately, but over the long haul will develop.
Danny was very specific. He's from Pennsylvania, and he connected with you on that.
No doubt. He's I remember when I first had a chance to meet him. It was really clear that he's a football guy. He's a focused football guy. And as we started, talking about family and where we're from and all those different things, it was definitely a great fit.
So you talked about some guys maybe with some immediacy, but then long-term plan for others. It's one of the rare guys or few programs that will say out loud, it's still about development, right? That's just one of those non-negotiables for you that we're just not moving off of is the developmental part of this program.
It's what the University of Nebraska was built on. It's what makes it what it is, and isn't that what a coach is supposed to do? And so I'm always encouraging our players. There's really on any football team, there's really three buckets of players, right? There's guys who are having great success, and there's also guys that probably aren't going to have great success someday. It's just they're just maybe not good enough to play there, but they're there and they're a great part of the team. And then there's always that middle group, the guys who are going to have great success if they stay with it, right? It hasn't happened yet. And so that's what a coach is supposed to do. A coach is supposed to try to bring that out in people. We just saw Emmett Johnson have an amazing season. And 2 years ago, he was just a rotational player. Last year, he was kind of a rotational starter. There were times last year where he thought about, hey, maybe I should go somewhere else. But he doubled down, came back, bought into it another year, and you look at what he's done. And so I think that's a great testament, really, to everybody on our team, that if you stay with it, if you double down, if you continue to put the work in, good things will happen eventually.
You mentioned the bowl practices. A number of these guys are going to be here in a couple of weeks. How great is that? We've talked about just the development with the guys already in the program, but to get these guys here early and to get an early taste of Nebraska football, how great is that?
Yeah, I remember last year being on Fordham's practice field. It was snowy. It was kind of rough out. I remember seeing TJ Lateef drop back and throw a ball on the scout team, and I was like, man, he just came from Orange County to this. And so you think about what's ahead for all of those guys. So to get started early is great. They've changed the calendar. It used to be we'd be on the road recruiting around this time, come back, portal kids would be coming in. This was a crazy time. Now there's really nothing happening right now. So we can really focus on our team. We can really focus on the development. I was just upstairs with Coach Snow, taking those guys that maybe they've been third team, maybe they've been second team, and really making sure we work with them these next 3 weeks, getting ready for this game.
It's interesting when you philosophically, because you can tell at the heart of what you want to do and who you are. It's about those doing hard things over time, right, and development. How tough has it been to navigate people wanting that process expedited, but believing that that's kind of the best way to do business?
I think if anytime that you're trying to do something that many other people have tried to do and haven't, and so let's take, since the last 12 years here, right? Like anytime you're trying to get it back to where it should be and where it was, if you do what everyone wants you to do, you're probably not going to be successful, right? You have to kind of bet on yourself and bet on, hey, this is the way, things I think we need to do, and also be willing to make adjustments as we go. And I think we've made a lot of adjustments. The college football that I know, it changed from last year to this year even. So it's like you're constantly having to adjust. But I want the fans to want elite success. I want them to want to be at the very best. I want them to say, how come we're not in the college football playoff? That's what makes us, right? I mean, there have to be high expectations. we gave up 77 points in the last 2 games. So for me to walk around with a smile on my face right now would be pretty dang hard, But at the same time, for these players, I have to be the calm in the storm. I have to just steady the boat and say, hey, we're not where we want to be. That was obviously unacceptable. We'll have to make some changes to fix that. But you also did these things, and you've also earned a 12th game, and so we'll go attack this 12th game. I think we're going to play probably a ranked opponent, which will be an awesome opportunity for our seniors to walk off really, really successful. But when people always say Matt Rule year 3, Matt Rule year 3, it's really like V9 year 3. It's really Ja'Cory Barney year 3. It's usually I played the freshman, and by the 3rd year they had it all figured out. We had some ups and downs this year. I really think the guys that are coming back have learned a lot, and I think we can make a tremendous jump next year. But most importantly right now, it's about getting the right people in the building. And whether it's coaching staff or anybody else, who is willing to put in the work, who's willing to weather the storm when things are difficult to get us where we eventually want to be. And so I've never wavered once. This is where I want to be. I believe we can do it. I know it's not going to be easy. I know it's not going to always be popular, but it's one of the most passionate places in the world, and I want to be a part of passion.
As you kind of zeroed in on this class on signing day, I asked Coach or Pat Stewart, in the eval business, if there was one thing or an attribute that he knew he was going to be able to hit on, he referenced, generally speaking, resolve, like crunch time kind of behavior. You've done this a long time, a lot of different levels in evaluating guys. What's one area you wish, if you knew you were going to get it right, you'd take in a player?
Competitive.
You want to think about that for a second?
No, competitive. when I think about the Penn State game, I think about Ja'Cory Barney catching balls at wide out, refusing to go down, returning punts, returning kickoffs for the first time all year. They run a punt fake, he runs up and makes the tackle. Wants to return the last punt of the game. The guy's competitive. And, what's happened in football is everyone wants to create a dream team. Everybody all wants to go to one school. Everybody wants, this place is winning, let's all go here. Like, what happened to, where's the competitive people? Like, even coaches, I'm going to go here. Like, it takes a competitive person to rebuild a place like the University of Nebraska. And so I have tried to surround myself with competitive people. And the players that I see have the most success are the ones who want to compete at such a high level that they don't want it to be easy. They want it to be tough. They want it to be difficult. And so that's why I fell in love with a lot of these guys. You know what I mean? Like they're even on the visits, like they're so competitive. They want to be the solution. And so I look at this class and I look at what's happening in the 2027 class. I don't want guys that just want to come join something. I want guys who want to build something, and that takes a certain type of person. And I think we found a lot of them.
I was going to say, I think just talking to them, you could tell these guys are competitors, and they truly believe that they're going to come in here and compete for championships. This class is a little bit smaller, and I know you guys are building. How much momentum do you feel in the recruiting and some of this young talent across the nation coming in here to Nebraska the next couple of years?
Yeah, the top players in the country have all now had a chance, excuse me, to see this. Right, to see this. They didn't, this wasn't here 2 years ago, right? So this was the first class that saw it, but it's that 27 class, it's that 28 class. It's kids all across the country that are like, man, there's something really cool in Nebraska. So we have to just continue to expose people to this place. Get them here, get them to, see what's possible. We're working hard on bringing back a true spring game. This year with, now that they've kind of changed the portal, got rid of the May portal, trying to have a true spring game so that people can show up and see 60, 70,000 Nebraska fans show up to watch a game and what that will do for recruits. And so last year we had the 7-on-7 that brought some of the best players in the country. Those players all left and said, hey, I want to be a part of that. So, it's easy to run from it. It's hard to run to it. And so I'm looking for guys that want to run to the University of Nebraska and to the challenge of building a champion. And but it's definitely happening. It's definitely happening all across the country, and I'm excited about what people are seeing about us.
What's the long-term commitment done for you, kind of on a coaching, overseeing, even a personal level, to know that you can build this kind of, because how you want it, right? Because we don't really talk about that part of the quote-unquote extension enough, right? What is the peace of mind knowing that you can rest in that part of it and just go do this part of it?
Well, I mean, whatever happens, happens. Let me say that. You know, like I have no. There's not one part of me that can say like I could be working any harder at this, and that our staff could be working any harder at this. And so, we knew it was difficult coming in. We knew it was going to take a lot. I mean, how could Nebraska have that many losing seasons in a row? Like how? Explain. I mean, how? And so to now like have 2 winning seasons, well, it's not where you want to be. It's still something, right? And so like I just think like it's kind of like, you know, it's part of what makes this job so great. Like you get to the off season, everyone gets so excited. It's like we're going to be this, and then you know you get to the year and it's like it's not. It's just kind of the fun of following the team. We're just going to continue to work. We're going to recruit. We're going to develop. We're going to coach until we eventually get to where we win the championship. And so, so there's nothing deterred. I think the biggest thing for me was it told players that, hey, you know what? This is the University of Nebraska. Yeah. Yes. Could I have gone somewhere else? Yeah. But I don't want to go somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? Like this is what this place is. And so, I think that sent a message. And then on my end, just, you know, the long-term commitment to what we're doing shows that they believe in progress. Do I wish the progress was faster? Yes. But like, you know, at the end of the day, we're building it the correct way. We're building it in a way that people can be, I think, proud of it. If they were on the inside looking in and they saw the academics and they saw the way people are growing, if they saw the things that we're doing, they'd be really proud that it represents the values of a Nebraskan. And so, I got told after the last press conference, man, I am in this for the long haul. It's not like, hey, this is getting a little bit hard, man. People are upset with me. Let's try to win a little bit. No, I'm here. If it doesn't work out, I'm gonna go volunteer with Reed at the Waverly High. I mean, like,
yeah, man, that's a good one.
That's right, man. Like, I mean,
it's right down the road.
Yeah, I can walk there every day. Like, I just think, like, you know, I just wanted to send a message to everyone in Nebraska, not just our players, not just the recruits, but to everyone in Nebraska that, like, while I could be somewhere else, I want to be here. And so, I hate that we lost the last 2 games because that message sound maybe it's a little different, but it's still the same message, man. Like, we want to be here, we love it here, and everyone should be proud of the University of Nebraska and being a Nebraskan. I love living here, and so I think that message resonates with recruits. And you know, if you don't think, you know, Danny Odum's a 5-star corner, you know, I made a change on Monday. If you don't think every school in the country tried to call him and say, hey, what are you doing? But Danny loves Addison. Addison's here. We're not like making this huge, you know, monstrous change. We're just, you know, shuffling some things around. Danny's coming to play for me, but he's also coming to the University of Nebraska, and that's important to me.
Interesting. Again, talking to Pat, he talked about the degree of difficulty of the job, and it's demanding, and you have to work being at the University of Nebraska. I've told you stories about how some of your players talk about how you seem to embrace doing hard things. If you're looking at it as totality about just the rigor of the day-to-day, how are you finding or continuing to find people that want to be a part of that, considering the consensus is it's pretty tough?
Yeah. You know, like there are 2 great coaches competed on Saturday. You know, Sharon Moore and Ryan Day, and good. Ryan Day and I were assistants together at Temple University way back when. Like, Al Golden, when he wanted to be nice to us, he'd let us go home at 11 o'clock at night, and like him and I would like sometimes walk out of the office together and be like, "See you in 6 hours, bro." Like, but you know, both of those guys, I'm watching them. They're playing this great game. Both of those guys took over for a really successful coach, and they took over successful programs, and they're keeping it going or elevating it, right? So that's one thing. What we did was different. We came to a place that was struggling, and we've gotten us to a measure of respectability, and that's really, really, really hard. Okay, so I have to find people that want to be a part of it. You know, I can't have coaches that are like, oh, our players aren't good enough. I want coaches who say, man, these players are great. I'm so lucky to coach them. I can't have players that, you know, maybe I should go here, maybe I should go there, it'd be easier. I want players who are like, man, how blessed am I to be here? And so there's way more of those than we realize. And so it's been the time of my life coaching these guys. And even in the last game, as bad as it got, standing there and just being like, the feeling you feel as a coach when you're watching all these people up in the stands and the game's going like that, the feeling like, hey, I'm letting these people down. It's like you're looking at your players. Cam Lenhart came around the huddle and he put his arm. He's like, Coach, I love you. And I was like, I appreciate that, Cam. Thank you. And I guess my point is, does that mean anything? If I'm watching this, what does that mean? It just means that there's a lot of people here that really want to do right by our fan base. They really want to do right by our state. They really want to do right by our stakeholders, by Dr. Gold, by Troy. We want to do right by everyone. And so we're doing the hard thing for everybody else. Could someone else maybe do it better? I don't know. But we're doing really, really, really hard things. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of effort. But we love it. And we love this place.
Great stuff, Coach. I guess last question, true or false, mac and cheese is the best Thanksgiving side dish?
False.
100%. Right?
That's what all the guys
False.
are saying.
False. But Justin Rhett and Vincent Shavers came to our house for Thanksgiving, and Julie went to culinary school, so Julie can throw down. And I looked over at V9's plate, and he had turkey, and then just mac and cheese. I was like, come on, let's try some green bean casserole, some stuffing. Come on, man. But I love mac and cheese. Don't get me wrong, but you can get that any time of the year. I need something that really rings only Thanksgiving to me.
You got a go-to protein?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm a ham guy.
Apparently it's tofu, but
ham. You give me baked ham. What?
Baked that's your
ham.
Come on, man.
Ham. I love ham. What's yours?
Well, it's beef, but I'm gonna go
Oh, I thought you were talking about for Thanksgiving.
No, just a go-to protein.
I like them all. I live out there by Casa Bovina. I'll stop at the Mercado, get me a little Piedmontese beef, cook a tomahawk.
I was surprised. You seem like the type of guy that might rock with a lamb roast or something.
I like them. I literally like them all. I literally like them all.
All right.
I like venison.
Do you?
Yep.
Apparently it's pretty lean.
Oh, well.
All right, Coach, I guess the last thing to wrap up here before you guys just completely take us off the rails. Obviously, we'll find out the bowl destination, all of that. The transfer portal will open up. What does this next month look like for this program?
Yeah, championship weekend this weekend, bowl selection show. We'll know where we're going. We have a pretty good idea, but we'll know. We'll start bowl practice on Monday. Dana's up there. We think we have a good idea of probably some opponents. So Dana's up there watching tape right now. I walked by Eck, he's watching tape. Snow was in there yesterday morning, 6 a.m., watching tape. And so the first week of bowl practice to me is really about player development. It used to be you're on the road, you came back, you try to get a practice in on Saturday. Now we can go as much as we want. Then the following week we'll do that. Then we'll try to let the guys go home for Christmas, and then either fly in Christmas Day, depending on if it's exactly the bowl we think, and get ready. And then afterwards the portal opens up. We'll do our best to try to keep our best players here, the guys who want to be here, and we'll attack our needs and go out and find guys, because I know this. We are finally in a position, both with our current roster, to be very selective. I think we were selective in this class, and I think we can be selective in the portal and get ourselves better for next year.
Great stuff, Coach. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to step aside. When we come back, we'll break down the last two signees that we haven't talked about today. 2 more members of the pipeline. Keep it here. Welcome back. We're live here on the Supreme 26 Nebraska Football Signing Day show presented by M Grills and Blazing Grill Works with Damon Benning. I'm Jessica Cody. Great stuff from the head coach.
Yeah, it oozes passion. It's almost like sometimes you just want to click the off switch, but he just doesn't have one. I think that's the way you want it.
I thought you were going to need a seatbelt. You're about to run through that wall.
Yeah, well, I think I know what he's after. And, you just kind of keep tweaking the process and get guys that you want on board with you. But at the core, you just have to be able to repetitively do difficult things every day. And he referenced, making a change at the defensive coordinator spot. And, again, just tough. That's a hard thing to do. But he was swift in terms of doing it. And so it's on to the next thing. It just is like a microcosm of his personality.
All right, well, 2 more Huskers to tell you about signing their letters of intent this morning, and 2 more members to the pipeline here. Hayden Ainsworth, the offensive tackle out of Biloxi, Mississippi, and he's somebody that reclassified, so just 16 years old, but he is impressive. Last season, 75 pancakes, gave up just 1 quarterback hit and 1 quarterback pressure. Committed back in June, and this is another guy fired up to be a Husker.
Yeah, absolutely excited to be there. Kind of in Malcolm's old stomping grounds, but Nebraska continuing to try to touch different areas as we take a look at his film. His ability to move in space. A young guy. A young guy. Extremely green, but a great frame, and somebody that seems to really enjoy playing football. And I think Nebraska, again, when you talk about that dry erase board and being able to kind of fill in the lines as you want, that's a prime example.
6'5", 285, and I think if he could have been here in August, he would have been. Extremely smart. I mean, academics, very, very important for him. Going to go into aerospace engineering, but he's someone that's very driven, focused, goal-oriented, had a goal sheet that he wanted to accomplish. One of them was this right here. He wanted to reclassify and be here in this kind of program. And his next goal is to start as a true freshman. So he's got a program he's going to start on. Because he can't enroll yet since he reclassified. He can't come here just until the summer. But in the meantime, he's going to get a workout program from Corey. He's going to get a nutrition plan from Kristen, and he's already getting to work.
Yeah, look at his movement and his ability to finish blocks. And again, a young guy, right? So when you talk about guys that want to be here, we heard Coach Rule reference people that love the University of Nebraska and their ability to be intentional. This is a prime example right here.
All right, well, let's hear from him. Well, we welcome in another one of the newest Huskers signing his letter of intent to play his college football here in Lincoln. Hayden Ainsworth, the offensive tackle out of Biloxi, Mississippi. Hayden, thank you so much for being here with us. Congratulations. How does it feel to officially be a Husker?
It feels surreal. Knowing that December 3rd is coming fast has been genuinely this whole week is what I've been thinking about. It's just December 3rd and getting ready for it. It's cool to finally have this set in stone because I know for a long time, verbal commits and everything, but once that paper gets signed, you're completely locked in. Y'all both, it's a mutual agreement, and I'm pumped for it. I'm super ready.
All right, so you've got quite the journey. You actually reclassified. You're supposed to be part of the 2027 class, but you reclassified. So take us through your recruiting process, being that it was probably sped up a little bit, right? What was that like for you, and what were you looking for when you started kind of getting interest from colleges?
Yeah, so my freshman year was kind of like my building block to it. So I started varsity as a freshman, and that was my main goal. I have a kind of a goal sheet that I have in life, and that was my first one I wanted to hit was starting as a freshman. Excuse me. And then played honestly awful that year. I was not a great player. I was 235 pounds. And so for me to get offers, I knew that off season, I've got to gain weight. I was 6'3" at the time, and I think I grew to 6'5" over that summer. I had to gain weight. I had to become faster. I had to become stronger. And then about 7 weeks into my sophomore year, after texting coaches, after going to game days and everything, I got my first offer from Ole Miss the week of St. Martin, which was my old school that I transferred from. And ever since then, it was from October area to about January, it was every week probably had 2 offers come with it. So by the end of it all, I had about 25. And And a lot of people were telling me, and even my freshman year, I knew I was going to want to reclass. It was always a thought in my mind to probably do that. And so that started coming to fruition back in like the end of January area. And a lot of people disagreed with it. And I understand why. Like, O-line needs more development. I understand that and everything. But for me, it was just a personal decision. I prayed on it and things like that. And I realized, like, if I could go to a college faster, a place that's going to develop me, give me the right nutrition, speed, performance, everything like that, my gains on the field from my 16th year of life to 17th year of life is going to be better there than from me going 16 to 17 at a high school. And so, yeah, it sped up really fast because a lot of people were like, yeah, you could probably be a 5-star at the end of the day. And I don't mean that to be like all ego or anything. But yeah, they were like, you're going to miss out on a lot. But I was like, if I'm only looking for the stars out of it, then I'm just kind of doing the wrong thing. So it sped up a lot. I got to go on my OVs this summer, only went on 2 here in NC State. And it was around June, I think like 15th or so is whenever I committed to here. So it was really fast, but now it's definitely calmed down a lot. And I'm very thankful for that.
Let me remind everybody that's watching, this is a 16-year-old that has this kind of perspective. It's incredible. All right, so that was that process. But when you were looking for the next place, when you talk about growing and developing and all of that, what were you looking for? Why was Nebraska the spot for you?
Yeah, so the biggest thing for me was education. There's 3 aspects of my life that I value: is education, my football, and then most importantly, I should have mentioned this first, my faith. You got Coach Brown there, who's one of the best, if not the best, FCA leader, also religious leader in college football, in my opinion. Praying after every game, no matter win or loss, I think is huge. So that hit really hard. Whenever I found that out on my OV, that was one of the big things that ticked it off. Another thing was how much they value education. For me, education obviously is what's going to get me even further in life, because football always has an end date to it, but your education never will. You can always get smarter, everything like that. So for me, finding the best place that could give me a great education in what I wanted to study, and knowing that they're putting more emphasis into engineering because it is such a growing topic or aspect in life right now. And then lastly was football. I mean, you look at the facility, you see how much emphasis the program puts on it, you see how much money they put into it. You see the coaches who all want to be there. You see the fact that Matt Rule just got an extension for 2 more years, how much he wants to be there, his family settled down there. The fact that Coach Donnie, the O-line coach, has been now with 3 different coaches, and now all 3 of them want to keep him. That has to say something about him, and I knew that. So it meant a lot to me. Like, all of those factors mean so much to me. And whenever we got up to Nebraska, every single check mark was hit. And like me and my dad always talk about, we didn't, like, any question that we did have was answered. And even questions we didn't have were answered as well. And other places couldn't do it. There was always a drawback to other places. But here it's like you have pro development. You can look at Cam Jurgens and see that anybody on O-line can get developed. You have the aerospace, you have the engineering department, and then you have one of the best leaders in faith/religious aspects of it. And I was like, at that point, what am I just kind of holding myself back from than kind of doing, like, committing to here? So yeah, it was definitely a journey.
Wow. One of those things, some people it takes a minute, but it sounds like you knew it was right away. You knew.
Oh yeah.
All right. So aerospace engineering, you mentioned that. Why is that the field you want to go into?
I'm really good at math. I hate English so much. I hate writing. I hate anything to do with English.
We're the opposite.
I can't do English at all. It's my lowest score on my ACT. Like, it's everything about English I hate. So I know I'm really good with numbers. So I looked at it and I saw the number aspect of it, and I was like, absolutely, that's what I'm going to go for. And so yeah, I saw the numbers and I was like, it's a very well outlook job. So that's what I'm going to do.
That's awesome. Okay, so you talk about Donovan Raiola. What did you like about him? What when you were getting to know him and kind of were around him and how he coaches, that you felt like that was going to be what you needed and what you wanted with your college football coach?
So yeah, first time we met was in March, I believe. And that was the first time we truly met one-on-one. I talked to him and stuff. I talked to Coach Cooling. Coach DeMichael was actually the coach who really got me into the position to be offered by Nebraska. Coach Williams as well. And all of them are kind of O-line heavy. I know Coach DeMichael works with DBs, but he was looking to recruit me. But whenever it came to Coach Donnie, the first time I met him, the first thing he ever asked me to do was a flexibility test. And no other coach did that. They always were not hyping me up, but always talking about me. And he kind of wanted to put me to the test right away. And I know he does that with every recruit. So if you ask any other O-line commits or anybody who's ever been offered, I would believe they probably would say that as well. that kind of stood out to me, is like he was looking for the results out of me instantly, not just kind of waiting and trying to sugarcoat things. And I like that a lot. And so he's looking for the results out of people, but he's also going to push people to be the best. And that's what kind of ticked it with me, and was like, yeah, this is going to be a great coach for me.
All right, so you said you love food. What do you think of the training table?
Oh my gosh, that place was phenomenal. Like, and the fact that it's covered for too. Oh my goodness. We went up there for the OV, and that's the only place we ate at. So like the training table brought all the food to each place we went to. And there was not a meal that went by that I was not absolutely full and loved it. And then on the visit, the USC visit, they do like a brunch or whatever that you have to pay for after. And that food and that morning was so good. I think I had 3 plates of food that were like full. Like it was so good.
All right, so you came for the blackout game against USC. Huskers couldn't pull it out, but how was that atmosphere? What was it like being a part of that?
That was the best atmosphere I've ever been a part of. That intro was crazy. Everything about it. A night game in Memorial Stadium is probably the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. I know I've always heard people talk about it because that was my first game, like truly being there, and it definitely exceeded expectations. Or if it's that hype every week, then I'm ready to get on that field right now. So.
That's awesome. Hey, I noticed you guys you're a pretty big fan of Emmett Johnson too. It probably fires you up, right, to see what the Huskers have done running the football this year?
Yeah, my biggest thing is I hope he comes back one more year because I'd love to block for him.
All right, so got some fun questions for you to close it out. Let Husker fans get to know you a little bit more. Favorite Thanksgiving dish?
Ooh.
It's a hard one.
Yeah, my parents like doing ham on Thanksgiving, and we have a honey glazed ham that we do sometimes. If it's not that, though, it's homemade mac and cheese that my grandparents make. That stuff I love every year that they make it.
Favorite ice cream?
Definitely cookies and cream, 100%.
Favorite player growing up?
For whenever I first grew up was Aaron Donald. Or honestly, I used to be a Seahawks fan, so it was Russell Wilson. Then I became a Rams fan, so it became Aaron Donald. And then finally, right now, I would say either Penei Sewell or Tristan Wirfs. I think Tristan Wirfs is the best tackle in the NFL right now. So,
best Gatorade flavor?
Oh, honestly, between lemon lime and cool blue, I'd probably pick lemon lime though.
I like it. Okay, what's your movie or TV show you can watch on repeat?
Right now, probably TV show would be Stranger Things, and movie I can watch Remember the Titans all day. I love Remember the Titans. I think it's a great movie.
All right, biggest football mentor?
Ooh, that's a hard one. I'm trying to think. Off the field, there'd be too many to count, but on the field, strictly developing me would probably be. So I've had 3 different O-line coaches in 3 years. So probably the ones right now. They're very good. They're very good on the field O-line coaches. I respect them a lot. And then off the field, I'd honestly go my freshman year O-line coach or last year's O-line coach.
What sport would you play if not football?
Baseball, 100%. I used to be really good at baseball, and then I quit because it just got too boring for me, honestly.
Did you hit some bombs?
Oh yeah, I was big back then too. Yeah, I think I led in home runs every year I was playing.
This will be interesting for you. Okay, when you were a kid growing up, if you were asked what you want to be when you grow up, what was that answer for you? Was it always an aerospace engineer?
Football player.
Football player?
It's a football player. I want to be an aerospace engineer if football doesn't work out, because that's the student athlete part of it. But if I could go athlete student, I would 100%. I want to be a football player ever since I knew what football was and ever since I started playing it.
Oh, awesome. Well, great stuff. What a great conversation. Congratulations again, and we'll look forward to seeing you here in Lincoln come the summertime.
Oh, yeah. I'm super pumped for it.
Again, that is Hayden Ainsworth, the offensive tackle out of Biloxi, Mississippi, and very, very impressive, as you can tell. That was I actually talked to him for over 20 minutes, had to cut it down for timing purposes, so I'll have the full interview out on our YouTube channel so you can check out that full conversation. All right, one more player to talk about here today, and another one to the pipeline. Rex Waterman, the offensive tackle, another offensive lineman out of Chandler, Arizona, committed back in June, but This is a guy that went to a really prestigious high school program. They made a deep run in the playoffs and went unbeaten throughout the regular season, but is, you can tell, a gritty kind of guy, wants to get in and work, but fits exactly what Coach Raiola wants to do here.
Yeah, early on watching his film in the summer, he's one of those guys that I liked. I wasn't going to quite say steal, but I did think he was a little bit better get than kind of the fanfare that went with him. You could tell he's well coached. He's got a great frame, and that's a good area for football. A lot of folks are familiar with Chandler, Arizona, and the high school prowess that's around there. But again, another natural long tackle, which I think, Nebraska fans have to be excited about, because I think that the tackle position in terms of accruing depth has been something that's been a little elusive.
6'5", 295. He committed back in June, and once he committed, he said, "I'm locked in." And maybe that's part of it when you talk about not being as highly sought after. Once he was in, he was in. He didn't want to hear from anybody else.
I kind of like that, though. Rule was the same way. Jamal and a lot of guys came sniffing around late, and I kind of like that. Everybody's different in how they want to be recruited, but I like those guys that stay dialed like that.
So 3 great pieces added to the Nebraska offensive line. Let's learn more about all 3 of those guys. Kyle got a chance to chat with the offensive line coach, Donovan Raiola.
All right, Jess, thank you so much. Talking some offensive line, Coach, good to see you. And it's 30% of this class, so you went out and really did a great job here in this 2026 class. You have Claude Puma, Hayden Ainsworth, Rex Waterman. What can you tell me about these 3 guys that are going to be an important part of the Huskers moving forward?
Yeah, just really excited about the group. Great developmental pieces. Add size to the class. There's some big. They're big guys. And a lot of football ahead of them, a lot of development, and I'm really excited just to get them here. Great young men, come from great families. Can't ask for a better group.
Yeah, Chicago, Arizona, Mississippi, really span the country with this group, but development is huge in offensive line. And what do you see maybe in the mindset of these guys coming into college, the ability to be molded and to be taught?
Yeah, 3 guys that, different journeys that they've been on, right? And we'll get into that, obviously, but they're forward thinking. They're thinking about improvement, right, and just development, and that's what they're looking for, and not just on the field, off the field, right, and just becoming a better man. And I couldn't ask for a better group of guys.
Let's start with Claude Puma, who's from Chicago, Illinois. He didn't start football until late in his journey, and we'll look at some of his highlights here. But he's somebody who used to play basketball, used to play soccer, fluent in a couple languages. What do you see out of him?
Yeah, Claude's journey has been pretty unique. He moved to America, before his 9th grade year from Cameroon. He grew up in a town where, the famous people there were Joel Embiid and Pierre Siakam from Indiana, I want to say. And, basketball was his sport, and soccer growing up. And then he got into football just, as a junior, he went out for football. And the thing about Claude is you can see his improvement from not just from year to year, but from week to week. You see him getting better and better and better. And obviously having a basketball background, for his size, he's so athletic, and it's fun watching him just grow each week. And that's a fun part for someone like me that focuses on development.
And just seems like a naturally gifted guy to pick up football and then have the opportunity to play it at this level. And you look at a guy like Hayden Ainsworth, Biloxi, Mississippi, 2nd high school recruit from Mississippi since 2004, 6th commitment of this class. Somebody who actually used to live around this area in his early years. What can you tell me about Hayden Ainsworth?
Yeah, Hayden was he reclassified. He's a 2027. He was a 2027 class, and he reclassified before his senior year. He's just a tough, athletic, smart young man, super focused. He's a young guy, he doesn't turn 17 till April, so he's 16. But a lot of development ahead for him, but just love the passion and just how he plays the game, is what we look for, so.
And when you see him as incredibly bright guy too.
Yes.
I read he's just straight A's in high school. The importance of having sort of that the attention to school and things that he's had. He's just a brilliant guy.
Yes, and like you said, he grew up in the Omaha area. His stepmom's from there, and smart, like you said, smart guy on and off the field, and he's very serious about football. He's playing offensive line is not easy. There's a lot of things that you got to remember, and little details here and there, and he's able to pick that stuff up pretty quickly. So that's exciting.
So really exciting there. Hayden Ainsworth, the second part of the three that have committed for the Huskers. Again, 30% of this class have been offensive linemen, and transition a bit to Rex Waterman, who's the third offensive line commit from Chandler, Arizona, Hamilton High School, powerhouse in the state of Arizona. What excites you about his tape?
Yeah, Rex, he checks all the boxes, right? He's tough, he's smart, more than athletic enough. Just love how hard he plays the game. His attention to detail, his focus on getting better each week. Off the field, he works hard. He not only works out at his school, he goes and finds other ways to improve his strength, which is so important as an offensive lineman, is being strong. And just excited about where he is right now as a player. Obviously you see the film, you see his highlights. He got coached pretty well at that high school, and just excited to get him here and get to work with him.
How much do you talk to the guys about the importance of this position specifically at Nebraska and the pipeline that's been built at the offensive line and just the history of it all?
Yeah, and they know about it, and we talk about it, and I think it's important to understand that we're in the process of rebuilding it, and these guys are going to be big factors into, gaining that respect back that it was here back in the 90s when I was growing up and knowing, what kind of offensive line play was here back in those days, and that these guys are going to be a big part of that process of rebuilding that respect that we'll get here as an offensive line unit.
As we see some of the highlights here from Rex, the importance of when you get these guys on campus is to start right away of getting them stronger. Strength and conditioning, is that sort of the base of everything?
Yeah, absolutely. Just throwing them into our process, with the weight room. We'll get into some football stuff, some fundamental stuff, and just getting them comfortable with, being a college student, right? Getting to their academic responsibilities when they need to, and yeah, definitely the weight room is going to be a big part of it. Just understanding, getting into our process, understanding how that works. So
Donovan Raiola put in a lot of work on the trail for this 2026 class. 3 commits on the offensive line. Great work, Coach, and appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you.
We send it back to you, Jess.
Well, we welcome in one of the new additions to the pipeline, the offensive lineman out of Chandler, Arizona, Rex Waterman. Thank you so much for being here. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be joining you.
All right. Well, it's official. How does it feel? Signing day's here, and you're officially a Husker. How does it feel?
It just feels awesome. Just being a part of, going to be a part of a great team, and just knowing that all the work I've done up until this point has paid off, and just, repeating the process and just doing the same things in college that has led me up to this point and being successful.
That's awesome. Okay, well, take us through your recruiting process. When you start getting these calls from colleges, what were you looking for in your college career?
I wasn't really sure what I was looking for, like, in the beginning. I kind of saw what was important to look for towards, like, the middle and the end. Like a great coaching staff, good players. I started looking at the players a lot, like what kind of people they are, and everything like that. And then I think Nebraska just really stood out for me in that way. Coach Rule, Coach Donnie, everybody on the coaching staff and the players, all the linemen I really look up to, even now, like, not even being there yet, says a lot. So, like, yeah, just being a guy that, like, sees the leadership qualities in my teammates is helpful in, choosing a school.
That's interesting. So a lot of guys go into it like, hey, I want this, and this, but you didn't really know till you went through it, and what you found was what sounds like the people was what really sold you.
Yeah, I think the people in the place that are going to is really important, because a lot of people just look at like material things, like money and all this kind of stuff. So I think looking at it from a different perspective is helpful.
So, and then once you. So we had to cut that interview short. We are up against it here as Matt Rule heading to the podium to have his signing day press conference again. Rex Waterman the offensive lineman out of Chandler, Arizona. We will have these full interviews. We'll post it on our YouTube channel, our podcast platform as well. But final few minutes left. Final thoughts here on the day in this class.
I'm going to take the glass half full approach. I know there was a lot of hand-wringing and a little consternation over the class size, but the math has to math at the end of the day, right? You got a young roster. You mentioned Coach Rule allude to it, guys that they think that they can develop. They'll supplement in the portal. And the cool thing, Jess, like they got to really get to know these guys. Like this is a group, and I know if people probably felt like you kept saying the same thing about how much they wanted to be here and like Nebraska, but it did seem to be a reoccurring theme, right? And I think that's from the intentionality and who they brought in.
Well, great job to the recruiting staff. Thanks to Kyle Crooks for handling the interviews with assistant coaches. Thanks to Pat Stewart, Matt Rule for joining us here live. Thanks to all of the Husker Vision crew for putting this on the air. Alex Verherk, everybody, too many people today. Thank you guys for all the help. For Damon Benning, I'm Jessica Cootie. Again, this has been the Supreme 26 Nebraska Football Signing Day Show presented by M Grills and Blazin' Grill Works. All right, let's hear more thoughts from the head coach and Matt Rule as he takes the podium for his signing day press conference.
Start with Coach and go to your questions.
Really, two things just before I get started. Happy to answer all your guys' questions. Number one, voting ends Friday for the Abbott blood drive. Obviously, we won last year. We're neck and neck with Wisconsin right now. And so the university is asking all Huskers out there to help us go win for a second straight year. So that's first. And then secondly, obviously today's a great day. We signed 10 new student athletes that are going to come join us. We're excited about the group. Once again, it's not just across the nation, it's also international. And it's a select group of guys that we believe in can help us get to the next level. So with that, I'll take your questions.
What was your key emphasis on the high school level as far as what you wanted to really go after when you kind of break down the new era of recruiting with the portal and sharing things you got to factor in now?
Yeah, we wanted players at key positions that we felt like are hard to get in the portal. Like when you look at offensive linemen, you want to continue to grow through high school recruiting, grow your own guys, and then supplement when needed. And so to go out and get 3 offensive linemen we thought was really key to us. And then we wanted guys we thought would be difference makers. Obviously whether it's a place kicker, this is a windy place, this is a difficult place, and so someone that we thought could contribute. We have a great kicking room, and Eck just wants to continue to bring talent into there. At the wide receiver position, we wanted a big outside guy. And we believe that we got that with Nalen, and we wanted someone, the versatility of Larry, who could play inside and outside and just, really competitive. Jamal, we want to run the football. I think we proved this year that a back can be featured here. And so we liked the running back room, and really Jamal was a premier guy on our board, and we were able to get him and then hold on to him. We like our tight end room. Matter of fact, I just walked through the indoor, and Luke Lindenmeyer has the tight ends in there, and they're running routes right now. I mean, we have a really good room. And Luke Sorenson, I think Sat did just an absolutely great job on him. The guy we targeted, a guy who can play both Y and flex out. So hard to find guys who can do both. Defensively, want to stop the run, and part of stopping the run is eliminating explosives outside and being able to play man and load the box. And Danny Odom's one of the premier corners in the country, and so we felt like he was just a no-brainer, a guy that we went all in on, and love his competitive nature, love really everything about him. And Jace Reynolds was a guy that when he first came to camp, literally offered him on the spot. Really like his tape, but his traits are through the roof. And to me, he can play inside, he can play outside. So each guy was kind of hand selected. We've recruited a lot of guys the first couple of years where we have a big roster. We are a young team, and so it was just, hey, let's be really selective here now in this class. We continue to build the 27 class, which we think will be a special one as well. But just some guys we thought could come in, and I think a lot of these guys we think can play early, based upon just kind of their mindset.
What did you learn about Addison Williams in the process of recruiting Danny? Because that's a hard one to win, and he was able to help you guys win that.
Yeah, I think Addison's. I was on the road with him down in Florida and down in Georgia, and the way he carries himself, the respect people have for him. And I think when you look at what he did with our guys this year, he played young players. They developed. They got better. They improved. So I think he's a premier coach and a premier recruiter. And I think given time, the key is now the consistency of Addison being here. 1, 2, 3, 4 years. I think he will build a stable of guys in that room that are all ready to compete and ready to play. And we like the guys that are in there already. And so to add a guy like Danny just was big.
Danny and any of the other defensive guys, were there concerns, or did you have to have any conversations here in the last 48 hours about the defensive coordinator situation and that they are maybe some uncertainty about what kind of a scheme they're walking into?
Yeah, I got on the phone. I talked with Danny and his grandfather, and I really appreciated their honesty. And I think a big key for them was, was Addison going to be here? And as I said to them, we've been top 25 defense, let's say, the last 3 years. We're not going to scrap everything. This isn't like this major overhaul, get everyone out of here. Hey, it's just shuffling, And Addison is a huge part of the staff, and Addison is here. I think that was really important for Danny. I also said to Danny, hey, you're coming to play for me, and I'm here. And this university, this fan base, the facilities. I mean, he was at the game on Friday, and even though the game didn't go the way we wanted to, he still sees everything that's here again. So, so obviously there's that when you do something like that on Monday, you'll see a lot of coaching changes today. You'll see a lot of coaching changes tomorrow. For me, I'm not going to lie to recruits. I'm going to tell them the truth, and they have to decide if they want to come here. And I think that's one thing that Danny's grandfather did say. So he speaks to the integrity of our program, that we made the move that we made on Monday. If we weren't sure, we would have waited, but we knew the direction we were going, and it was best for everyone. I love John Butler. John's an amazing coach, an amazing person, and it's just he did a lot of great things for us. It just wasn't exactly the right fit for me and the way I am, and so it's probably more me than anything else. And he'll go on and have a ton of success, and his character, his work ethic were unmatched. But it was just just the right fit for us moving forward, and we're not gonna change everything, though. I think that was the main message to the recruits.
What do you think was the connecting factor with Claude and Puma to get him aboard in this class?
Well, I think EJ Barthel has done a great job of going up into Chicago and starting to open up Chicago back again to us. We obviously have some commits there in following years, but Claude's just a phenomenal athlete, a great basketball player. I think he just always enjoyed the vibe here. I think he just always enjoyed the people that he was around. But I think EJ just did a great job. I mean, EJ's a tireless, relentless recruiter, not just recruiting his position, but everyone else. And I think when Claude came here, I think he felt like home. Even there's a character he has. Like he FaceTimed me on Monday, and the last 24 hours in recruiting in today's day and age now, I mean, I can't even tell you how crazy. And so, you get a FaceTime on, Monday. You're like, and he's just like, hey, I'm just checking on you. You good? I said, yeah, buddy, I'm good. Don't believe everything you read. I'm great. And so he's just a great person. The guy, just a lot of joy in the building. And I think he's one of the premier left tackles out there. So to get a premier left tackle in this class, I thought was vital.
Are all those guys coming early?
No, I believe Jace is coming in the summer and Hayden is coming in the summer. Everyone else will be here early, and then as schedules allow, hopefully a lot of them will be able to be on the bowl trip with us.
What is the whole schedule for you guys? When will you guys kind of begin getting into it with the heavy practices and things?
Monday, yeah. Dana and I were remarking today. I mean, like, we used to be on the road right now, and then we used to have portal guys coming in right now. So you almost getting ready for the bowl game was like, it was like secondhand. I mean, it was just like, hey, hey, the GAs, you run the practice. Now we can really spend some time next week working with guys and developing guys. And so next week will really be, Sean, a lot more like just pure kind of development. We have a lot of younger players that I feel like are just like right there, and they're going to bust through. And the example I just gave on the recruiting show, so I hate to give it twice, but like you look at like Emmett, like he's like a rotational player 2 years ago. Last year he's kind of a rotational starter. Even he's like, man, should I go he goes in the portal? What's going to happen? I mean, now look at him. I mean, I'm upstairs. We're trying to figure out hey, I'm trying to figure out what awards things he's going to be invited to, what banquets he's going to. Is he going to the NFL right now? He has a breakout year, and so I feel like there's other guys that are going to have that breakout year for themselves. And so I think next week is really about that and laying a lot of eyes on those guys while also getting ready for our opponent. And then the following week, then we'll give them some time off to go, if they want to go home for Christmas. And then if we think if it's a December 31st game, we'll fly the 26th.
So what do you? Go ahead. Okay. Coach, obviously you still have the bowl game coming up, but a couple days after the regular season ends, when you reflect back, I mean, what are a few of the areas where you want to see the team improve from this point to next year, or maybe this week to the bowl game?
Yeah, as I said after the game, the last two games are just the last two games to give up 77 points, to not do that. I was really encouraged throughout the whole year. Even like USC, like that game, like I felt like we were taking control. Dylan goes down, TJ comes in, we're battling. We hold them to less yards than anyone else really had. Then we go out to UCLA, we battle, we win the game. And then for the last two games to happen the way they did was really disappointing. And that's why I've said to anybody listening, people are frustrated. I completely understand and agree. But I am proud of the overall body that the guys did, to get to another bowl, to win 7 games. We have to do more. And so there's a lot of things that have to be just continued to be developed. We have to continue to improve. We have to attack this recruiting class, and then we have to attack the portal when it comes. We have to keep our guys. We have to keep as many of our guys as we can, but then we have to also go out and supplement our needs. And then I just think a lot of guys, it's just another year of them getting bigger and stronger. I mean, even in that game, Riley Van Poppel, I just walked by, he played the way that we've wanted Riley Van Poppel to play. So you see guys, they start to pop in that third year, that second year, they start to figure out where they're at. So we would like to have a team next year that comes down the stretch and wins games. And so we've gotten off to good starts. We haven't been down the stretch as much as we want. And so I know Corey's going to look at it. I'm going to look at it. We're going to look at every single part of everything that we're doing. At the same time, double down on the things we're doing well.
What do you think Coach Campbell might examine?
Corey's the best. I mean, he's already talked about everything. So I had already told him, Sam, maybe 2-3 weeks ago, I had said, hey, go study everything. Go study the times that we practice. Go study spring ball. Like, look at when we're doing spring. Some people do they come right back after the bowl and they do spring ball. Some people do it later. I said, look at everything. Look at the summer program, because the rules are changing and you're getting people. I said, look at everything and let's just see if we can capitalize and do things better. We've gotten our program to a point of respectability where where it's not only a question, are we going to go to a bowl, but we have to take the next step. And so, and that was before those last two games, and so we'll we'll look at that. We'll examine that. We'll examine every single part of everything that we do, and try to make sure that when we come down the stretch next year, we'll have a tough schedule next year. We'll only have one bye. Can we come down the stretch better than we did this year?
What are you looking for in the next defensive coordinator?
I think for me, I want someone who it's not scheme, it's our play style and how hard we play. The reality is, the last 2 weeks we haven't played hard enough. We were not the more physical team, and we had done that a lot of times. And so I want player development. I want physicality. I want effort, way more than scheme. And so someone who can bring all that out in us. And I'm up there. Phil's meeting with every kid right now, and I think he's relaying that message for this next month. And that will be what we look for moving forward. There's a play style that we want, and I think it was on display early in our tenure here. It has not been on display quite as much. And even though the numbers were good, in this league, in this stadium, you better stop the run, run the football. And it's easy just to throw it on the players. I don't throw things on the players. There's only one rule working for me, and that's don't tell me the players aren't good enough. Don't ever say that to me. So you can evaluate and say, hey, this guy's got to get stronger. This guy's got to get bigger. Hey, we have a hole here. Let's go get this guy. I have no problem with that. But I want a coordinator who gets 11 guys to play as one. And so we'll kind of look at everything.
What kind of a piece do you envision Phil having in the future of the defense, and will he be involved in helping you interview, assess candidates in this process?
Yeah, right now I've kind of tasked him with this game, and so if I know Phil, he's going to go all in on that. So I'll do most of the preliminary stuff. I've also asked Phil asked Mike Eckler to come over and help coaching on defense as well. So I think we have kind of all hands on deck. And then I'll take the preliminary part of it. And then, if at some point, I need some help, then, or need a second set of eyes, maybe I'll ask Phil or ask Mike. But, I think right now I'll probably do most of the work in terms of the coordinator search, and then trust them to get ready to play this ball game.
Is it essential to have a guy in place by the portal date, by January 2nd?
I think it would be helpful. I think it would be helpful, but I don't think it's necessarily necessary. At the end of the day, we want to get the right guy. But yeah, I think it would be helpful. To get somebody that could be here and could plan a vision for people of what to expect kind of moving forward.
Is Snow a candidate?
I don't know that he is. I think that kind of the role he's in, I think is a great role for coach. Goes out and shuts the guys out in the bowl game. I might, but coach is at a stage in his career where, I think he's in a perfect role for him, and I think he's kind of like the Yoda of our office, we'll explore all options. I certainly don't have the answer yet. We will, but not yet.
With the bowl game, do you have a sense yet of where Emmett Johnson is in his decision, if he will be part of the process?
Yeah, I met with Emmett yesterday and just once again reassured him that no matter what he did, we love and respect him, and would support whatever decision he makes. He's got a tough one. This was an easy decision a couple years ago, before NIL and before all those things. It's a tougher decision now, but it's his decision. And so, he's at the workouts. He's doing everything. As an aside, Rocco Spindler won't play in the bowl game. He's going to have to go have surgery on that finger to. So I really appreciate Rocco playing with that, man. That was as gruesome as it could be. But to give him a fair shot to get ready for, he can't even bench press right now. To give him a fair shot to, go get ready for the combine or pro day or wherever he gets invited to, he'll have to go and start getting that taken care of. So which gives us another opportunity to look at one of our young guys and or one of our guys. So, but again, we appreciate Rocco. He's been a really good part of this team and helped us run the football the way we have. So yeah, I don't know Emmett's situation yet in terms of his decision. I'll leave that up to him.
Assuming you let the DC go on Monday and you were able to tell recruits, is the coaching staff solidified, or do you expect any other changes moving forward?
Can you say that one more time? I'm sorry.
Do you expect any other changes on the coaching staff moving forward, or is it solidified for the rest of the season?
I'll take this time to kind of evaluate everything. John's situation was unique in that he's going to have some opportunities, and I wanted to make sure he got one of those opportunities. I mean, he's a really valued coach, especially in the National Football League. But I don't have anything in my mind right now. Hey, this is going to happen. So I just think you go through this time. Normally, I don't make things that quickly. But I felt like it was best, and so I did it then to be fair to him, to be fair to the recruits. But I don't anticipate anything right now. But I will continue to really look at everything.
How much say will the next defensive coordinator have with the defensive staff?
Say that one. Sorry.
How much say will the new DC have on that side of the ball?
Yeah, a lot. Addison. I think Addison is clearly someone who will be here, and I like the defensive staff. But the world we live in now, guys sometimes want to bring some guys with them. Like when Tony came in, he brought a core group of guys, and so we'll certainly have that defensive coordinator, and I think that'll all be part of kind of what we're doing. A lot of times if you want to get a working premier DC, you're going to have to buy him out of a place, and it's hard to buy out probably his whole staff. So it's kind of a little different than it was. There weren't a lot of coaching buyouts 8 years ago. Now there are. So it'll change everything. But yeah, we'll do the best thing that we can moving forward for the staff and players.
Assuming a good fit could be found, are you still looking at a high school quarterback to perhaps take Dayton's place in this class? We talked to a couple 26 quarterbacks, but didn't really feel necessarily like we should rush into a 26 quarterback. Given our kind of our quarterback situation, we have someone committed in 27. It just didn't want to rush, and so the quarterback world has changed so much now. There's so many talented players that are probably end up in the portal. I mean. If you need a quarterback, there'll be a lot of them out there. So I think we just said, let's, we talked to one young man and but at the end of the day, just, the commitment you have to make to a high school quarterback now financially too. I mean, it's just that money, that money's probably best placed somewhere else right now for us.
Coach, just one recruit from the state of Nebraska, just what stood out from Jace, and then also just, excuse me, just like what went into the decision to, I guess not recruit a ton of players out of the state.
Yeah, and congratulate. There's a ton of guys signing a lot of different places, and we're really, really happy for them. And I think over 3 years, our commitment to recruiting the state has been really, really solid. Jace was someone who just stood out to us. He was fast, he's athletic. At the end of the day, when we go to recruit somebody, we have to say to ourselves, hey, can we beat Ohio State with this person? Can we beat Michigan with this person? And so Jace was a guy, when we looked at his height, weight, speed, and all that we felt convicted on that he would. Some of the other ones didn't quite work out. Some of the other ones got offered early and they didn't want to come camp with us. I mean, it's just all those things happen. But my hope is always that everyone ends up in the right place. What I'd rather guys go somewhere and be happy than be unhappy but be in state. So I wouldn't say we didn't recruit them. It just didn't go all the way to the end. A lot of recruiting is evaluation, and we did the best we could with the information we had, and we'll continue to recruit the state. I want guys who love Nebraska and love this place. So we'll try to do the best we can moving forward.
About Luke Sorenson. I mean, there's obviously a lot of tight end bodies from here to Anaheim, California, but you must have really liked something about him, and Satterfield must have too. What do you find special about him?
Yeah, I think I love his play style. Like, he plays really, really hard and physical. I love his maturity. I mean, like, one of the most honest guys. Even in the recruit. I mean, I remember he was at Penn State on a visit, and he sent a picture of they have the names of everybody who played, my name on a brick. It's like, it wasn't a lot of lies. It wasn't a lot of anything. It was a lot of just straightforward. I love the family. What's interesting is, even going back to the question before, while he's not in state, that's a Husker family. You know what I mean? There was a lot of ties to this state and family, from way back when. So, and he just fit in with our tight end room. I think our tight end room, Sat did a great job, but so did Luke Lindenmeyer, so did Carter Nelson and Heinrich and Eric and all those guys. I mean, they all recruited him, and I think that was one of the differences he felt was here the guys wanted him in the room, and other places it was just sort of like
position coach. The other thing I like about Luke, besides his play style and besides just kind of who he is as a person, is his versatility. I think in today's offense, if you can play tight end, you can put your hand in the dirt, but then also play as a wing, but then also split out and play as a wide out, then you add something to the offense.
I'd say being 2020, I mean, how much was losing Bonner in that first game just tough for the offense because he kind of fit that role for you guys?
Yeah, we built a lot of things around Janirin, and he also brought an edge to our offense that we loved. He just brought a play style that we loved, and so that was really difficult. A guy that really came on this year, though, Sam, I think, and did a lot of those things for us was Caden Echternock. Caden obviously from Omaha and walked on here, and he's 260 pounds, and he took on a lot of those kind of running, making hard block roles. So, but we look forward to getting Wood back. I mean, he's big right now. He's strong looking, and so when he gets back, it'll definitely add something to us.
What's your vision, your expectation for Dylan over the next several months ahead?
My expectation?
Yeah, just your vision of what you want to see from him, how you think that these months will go for him.
Yeah, I think that Dylan's at a place right now where you're going through a hard time when you're injured, and what I've encouraged him to do is to embrace it and attack it. Like let it hurt that you're not out there playing, and consistently write down every single day, like, what are you learning and what do I need to do. Dylan made tremendous progress from year 1 to year 2, but there's progress that needs to be made moving forward. And so I want to see him own that. I don't want it can't be Corey, it can't be Kristen, it can't be me, it can't be Glenn. I want to see him take it and run with it, even in this time. And so, Dylan's a tremendous worker. He loves to work at those things. I want to see him, but I want to see him make a jump. This is year 3 coming up for him. And he's got to become the quarterback that we all know that he can be, and that's honestly, in my opinion, will help him. But that falls on his shoulders, and I'm anxious to see him do it.
Who will start in that Spindler spot for you guys in the bowl game? Would it be Knack, or would you have somebody else?
Yeah, I don't know. I hate to say that yet. I think I'm sure if we went out there today, it would be Tyler. But I don't know. I haven't really talked to Donnie about exactly. We haven't really had those conversations yet. We've been so, recruiting focused, and me obviously with the coordinator change. I've been kind of on that. But I'm certain that if we went out today, it would probably be that. But it could be Sam. It could be Jason. It could be Preston. I don't know exactly how. And I think the next coming weeks, we'll have a chance to practice those guys. We're not going to go out there and beat up Turner Corcoran next week. We're not going to go out there and beat up Pritchett. Those guys play a lot of football, but a lot of those other guys are going to get a lot of reps, which I think is really important.
Is Latif will he start Monday, ready to practice?
No, he's going to have to recover from the hamstring. We'll be safe with him. I think the timeline should be that he'd be able to play in the game. We expect him to play in the game, but he won't be out there on Monday.
How many days will you practice this next week then? Like all 5 days? Or
it's funny. Dana and I were meeting on that earlier. It'll probably be something like a 4-day week, and probably since we can't have recruits at practice or anything like that, we probably won't have to use the weekends. We'll probably try to get 4 days plus 2 days of lifting the next 2 weeks.
In last year, when you talked about the Pinstripe Bowl, you kind of said kicking off this season, right? Is that the same approach this time around, or is this time around maybe like get rid of what just happened the last 2 weeks?
Well, I think it's. I think when I talked about last year, I think all bowl games to me are always about ending the season the right way and finishing what you started at a high level. And so, we're gonna play a really good opponent, and so, and we're gonna play a challenging opponent for us. And so, it'll be an opportunity for us. Sometimes in life, you have weeks like the last 2 weeks. You hate them, but they uncover a problem, right? And they show you like, hey, you better go address this and you better go fix this. And so the bowl game for us is a chance for us to go fix and address some of the things that happened these last 2 weeks. So I'm looking for growth. That then hopefully springboards you into next season. And, there's a lot of guys on defense. When I said after the game, and I had to be very careful after the game because as I said, I want to take extreme ownership of what happened the last 2 weeks. But, I looked out there and I see Keona and I see
Will, Waneri, and I see those guys, and I see what I know that they're going to be, and maybe maybe tweaking the system and putting Keona here instead of here is going to, so this month allows us to start to do some of those things, right? And so it to me it gets us moving into next season at a really high level. And you got guys in the secondary that have been waiting their turn. You got guys at linebacker that have been waiting their turn. And so, we'll go attack the game, but really these practices are so unbelievably vital. Even just sometimes just to get a picture for somebody, you know what I mean? Like, I walked over here and saw a couple of linemen. I was like, hey, these next 2 weeks are the most important weeks in your life. Not in a negative way, not I better prove myself, but in this is my turn to make the jump, right? And so I'm going to be going out there with that first group or with that second group, and let me show what I can do. And so, so I think it's really a mixture of both. We want to end the season the right way. We want to fix the things that happened the last 2 weeks. And then we want to go out there and kind of springboard ourselves into the future.
Pat Stewart was on the recruiting show, and I know he's more the portal person, but he kind of oversees your whole personnel department. How has he maybe adapted to this universe at the collegiate level, and how do you see him preparing for what's about to happen here in the next month?
Yeah, Pat's oversees it all, really. So I mean, he's changed all of our evaluations. He's changed our structures. He's really modernized them. Sean Patton, who continues to work with us, has done an amazing job, blending AI, and I mean the things that we're able to do now that used to take weeks now happen in 30 seconds, and so not many people could do that, but Sean can, and so they've really taken it and they've run with it, and Keith Williams really kind of underneath. Pat really handles a lot of the high school recruiting. That's not to say he's not involved with the portal, but that's the one thing when you come in from the NFL, you don't have experience at the actual recruiting part of it. You have experience at the value and vision and all that. So what I've seen is Pat's just constantly adapting, constantly growing, constantly learning. And the other thing is the rules are changing. They told us last week that there would be these rules and then all of a sudden now they're saying, hey, there's not going to be these rules. So it's a unique time, but I see them moving in a really good direction, and he, I think, is uniquely suited to handle the portal and all the things that are coming, right? And so, he's been through free agency for many years. He knows it. We have a good room back there, and so I'm excited. I'm excited to see how in which we can improve our roster.
You talk to him about the quarterback room, the top of the quarterback room. Is there a scenario where you could have both those quarterbacks next year?
Yeah, and you guys know for me, I'm never going to talk about. I think this player might. I know that's a lot of things. I'm never going to talk about this guy might transfer. This guy might. I think we have a great setup, a great situation, and I would love to have everyone. I would love to have a world where none of our guys on our team transfer. To be quite honest with you, I think because even if they're not playing, that doesn't mean I don't love them and care about them. Some guys aren't going to play and they want to play. I get that, but we have a great quarterback room, and we'd love to have everybody come back and have a great quarterback room again next year. So that's Pat will work through that, and we'll be honest with everybody that comes to us. But yeah, I'm not going to, it's not good for me to live in a world of I think this might happen, I think that might happen. I think that's, that fatalistic thinking is not, it doesn't help, And again, I'm always going to protect the guys up here, so.
I think you mentioned on your. Do you have anybody else other than Emmett who possibly has a decision about early NFL?
I don't know. I don't know. I hadn't really thought about that. So there may be some other guys that do it. I mean, it used to be much more prevalent. Now, like I said, if you're a really good player, unless you're going in the first or second round, you're probably going to make more money in college than you are at the pro level. So you've seen the number of guys going off to the NFL dwindle. When you go and look at it, even guys who get drafted, once you leave college, there's not many guys. There's not a lot of football after that, right? So it's just the league is so violent, the league is so difficult that if you can make money in college, it's really worth thinking about because this money's guaranteed. The money at the next level is not guaranteed, and so, but I'm the one who sat there and told Deshaun last year, hey, you probably should go to the league. I told Todd, I'm always going to try to do what's right for the guys. There were some guys that were thinking there would be, Mitch, they were thinking there would be that 5-for-5 rule.
and they were kind of banking on it. But it didn't come to pass. So.
I was just going to say, you mentioned on your radio recruiting show that maybe the spring game would come back this year. Where is that, and how important could that be to bring that back?
Yeah, I think it's twofold. I think we want to bring, when they got rid of the May portal, we wanted to bring the spring game back. And I think it's what we're learning is, especially with some of the new rules as they tweak them, that if we can have these major events here that get a lot of people here, it can help us. And so, like, even as you saw, like even camps and stuff like of that nature are they're just declining, right? Like just across the board. And so, we've already rethought a lot of our summer thoughts. Even things like the concerts that have been announced and all those different things. I mean, when we can put things around that to get people here, I think when people come here, they're ecstatic. And so, we would love to have a true spring game, and fill the stands and have recruits come to it, and just have it be a major weekend for us if it works out. There's some dates and issues, things we have to work through. And on the flip side of that is what I said earlier. We're also rethinking everything. So there was a time when everyone thought it was going to be a May portal. They talked about you could do a small amount of spring ball, and then you could do OTAs afterwards. And so that got all of us thinking hey, maybe we should do this now and this later. So I can't say that it's definitely coming, definitely here, but that's really one of our intents is to try to bring that back, A for the fans, and then B also for recruiting. I think it could be huge for us.
How are Malcolm Simpson and Tyson Terry coming along? Because I know a year ago at this time you were really excited they could help you this season.
Yeah, as you go back and look at coming into it, those are two guys we factored in on the D line, and we think they're really, really good prospects. They're both just in the rehab process right now. They both had major surgeries, and so they're working their way back. Same with Juju Marks, on the offensive line. He's another guy that he's working his way back, and so they still have a long way to go.
How's just the rehab going for guys like Mac Markway and I guess Malcolm Hartzog as well?
Yeah, Malcolm won't be ready for the bowl game, but his rehab's going well. And then Mac, Mac obviously has a longer term rehab, and so he's I see him all the time. He's up, he's running, he's doing some good things. He's very focused right now, and so hopefully he can continue the path that he's on.
What about Jamarian Parker?
Yeah, JP, he's out there. He's working. He's put on a lot of muscle. He just needs some time. But yeah, Jamarian's a good young prospect that we're excited about.
He'll be practicing this month.
I'm sorry.
He's practicing this month.
Yeah, he came back and was practicing, and then went into the protocol. So he's working his way back. So I can't tell you exactly if he will or not. It depends on the doctor. Sorry?
Demetrius Bell.
Demetrius is not back yet. Yeah, he's gotten close a couple times and then just unfortunately had different setbacks. But... All right. Thank you, guys.